From the Al Roker Television Studio, this is Election Night 2012, live from Oswego, presented by WTOP 10 TV, 88.9 WNYO, and the Oswegonian.
Good evening and welcome to Election Night 2012, live from Oswego, New York. I'm Marissa Sarback.
And I'm Megan Roberts. We will be bringing you all your election news until midnight tonight.
That's right. We'll be following our reporters live to get information from both the Dan Maffei and Anne Marie Burkle headquarters in Syracuse.
Yeah, two big races. And we'll also be bringing you all the latest poll updates from each state as they come in. We will also be bringing you information from our social media room.
All right, so make sure you stay tuned all night to keep up to date on all of the latest election information. Let's take it live to our Republican headquarters with Patrick Kaplan.
What's going on over there, Patrick?
I'm definitely interested to see what's going on tonight. This is one of the biggest nights ever.
It's definitely up to be a very historic night, definitely one for the books. The race is so close right now between Romney and Obama, and it's going to be so close.
Yeah, it definitely will be.
And I mean, they're tied right now. The last poll I checked was I think maybe 2 or 3 days ago, and it was 49-49. That's the same it's been projected for the last week or so.
I know. I'm hoping that the polls will keep us up to date tonight. So we'll be hearing from everybody, and it'll be different from the Republican headquarters and different from the Democrat headquarters. So we'll be seeing a lot of different information coming in tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, so really what's going to be going on tonight is we are going to be taking it to both the Democratic headquarters and Republican headquarters in Syracuse. We will also be checking out what's going on, trending on Twitter, what's going on in Facebook, in our social media room. And we also will have discussion by professors and students and political
debates at the Roundtable.
At the Roundtable,
yeah.
Exactly.
There's going to be a lot going on tonight, so we hope you watch.
Stay tuned. We hope you really enjoy tonight. Also, on campus tonight, we have the
Rock the Vote
party. Rock the Vote party.
And they handed out these nice U.S. Constitutions for us, so we're very excited.
Anybody down at Rock the Vote, please
Thank you very
don't forget to check out your U.S. Constitution books. So. Yep. Right now, it seems that the information coming in that CNN is projecting is Kentucky looks like it's going to Romney, and Vermont going to Obama. So
and also Indiana is looking like it's going to be going to Romney as well.
Another Romney state.
Yeah. But this is what everybody thought was going to happen.
Yes.
This really isn't shocking to many people.
No.
What I'm very interested to see is actually Ohio. I'm very interested
Ohio
in that.
is going to be huge. Florida is going to be huge,
yeah.
And the latest showed that Florida was showing leaning towards Obama, which was kind of surprising.
Yeah,
for a lot
it was
of
a little
people.
bit.
So,
all right. So why don't we take it to our social media room with Anthony Hill?
All right, hey guys, well, we're in the headquarters of the Oswegonian newspaper, but tonight we have retrofitted the headquarters to serve as our social networking hub, if you will. We are checking 3 social networking sites, including Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr. What we really want to do is we want to see what the sentiment seems to be out there. What are people feeling? What are people saying? As has been proven in the past that is very important in determining a presidential election, a congressional election. In addition to that, we are following swing states, battleground states, Florida, Ohio. We're following it all. And as we get new developments, whether it be on Facebook, Twitter, or Tumblr, we're going to bring it to you guys live. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in studio.
All right. So
thank you so much, Anthony, for that. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the information that's going to be happening tonight is really going to be breaking on social networks.
I know, and I'm really thinking this is the first election where social media is going to take over so much, and we're going to see so much of that information coming through. Like, we can see it on Twitter now and on Facebook. I know it's coming through for both of us.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, in 2008, you really started to see kind of the emergence
transition.
of you really saw it kind of come into play, and people weren't really sure how to handle it at first, and now all the news stations that are covering it tonight, the candidates themselves, they're all on social networking, Twitter, Facebook.
And even the debates, too. If you followed a lot of the debates, I know I was following on Twitter so much, all of my friends and everybody I know was tweeting about the debates. So it's a nice way to keep in contact with everything if you can't watch it on TV or you can't get to a computer to see it live.
Absolutely. You can definitely follow. I've been following the campaign since probably October on social networking. I mean, you get to see so many different people's opinions come together, really create,
it's nice to see both
platform
perspectives
for everybody to you know speak out about it, which is really interesting, something fun to see.
And now we're going to take it to our Democratic headquarters with Adam Rupsick. Well, actually
we're going to get to Adam in a little bit, but we're going to send it over to the Roundtable to see what kind of discussion they have going on over there. What's going on, guys?
And thank you, Megan and Marissa. I am really excited to be here tonight. My name is Olivia Gino, and I will be moderating for the first 2 hours of the show. And I really wanted to take a look at our panelists for the first discussion. They will be changing throughout the night. So if you guys would really like to introduce yourselves, I would really appreciate it.
Sure, I'm Dr. John Kara-Smith, professor of communication studies, and I teach courses in political communication, and I've worked as a political consultant for quite some time.
Hi, I'm Shannon Malero. I'm a senior. I'm a creative writing major, and I swing to the left.
I'm Kevin Carr. I'm a junior student at Oswego and a broadcasting major.
So all throughout tonight, we'll pretty much be looking at a bunch of different issues and looking at them at all different perspectives, and hopefully we won't get too nasty, but we're gonna try and look at all different issues and get everybody's opinions. So what I kind of wanted to start off with is what you guys think Obama changed from now between the 2008 election. So if anyone would like to.
Sure, lots of things. I was at the convention in Denver in 2008 where there was such a high expectation and hope and change and all these terrific things would happen. And you would expect that from a challenger, right? If I've never been president before, I can say all these great things and be elected. Now he's got a record to run on. And all invariably, Democrats particularly, raise expectations for what they can do and what they can't do, and almost invariably they don't. They're not able to carry out everything that they want. So he's got a record to run on, and it's not as favorable as what I know he would have liked it to have been.
The thing with Obama is, as much as I do support him, he fell short of the promises that he made in 2008. So now it's, he's running on this notion of, let me finish the job I set out to start. And a lot of people are saying, well, you didn't do much of what you promised you were going to do. I think he's made great strides for 4 years, but, with the way things were handed to him, he was given a terrible presidency. The office was just completely upside down. So I think this was a good way to run it. Let me finish the job I started, because 4 years is not enough.
Well, I'd like to say that I agree with her partially in that President Obama did promise so much and delivered so little. In 2008, we were in the beginning of one of the biggest financial crises in our country's history since the Great Depression, and people were desperate for hope and change, and Obama was a nice breakaway from President George Bush, who had a terrible reputation at the time. It still does, but Obama has said so many things, has done many corrupt actions in many ways, and his policies have ultimately failed. And I think that to expect him to suddenly accomplish a miracle and finally start getting things around for the next 4 years after his record for the previous 4 years is a bit, it's unreasonable to expect that, and I think it's time for a new president because he's shown that he can't get the job done.
But I think we always have to remember that this is the first president in history who on January 20th, 2009, on his day of inauguration, the leadership of the Republican Party met across the street and said, what can we do to make sure he's a one-term president? And there's absolutely no bipartisanship at all. The Republicans would not vote for anything that he wanted. And in fact, when Mitch McConnell, the minority leader in the Senate, was asked about that, and people said, well, what about helping out the country? Wouldn't you support that? He said, no. When we come back in, we'll fix whatever is broken, but whatever he wants, we are opposed to. And they were. And they threatened filibuster, which was kind of a rare thing to happen. But every major piece of legislation, you needed 60 votes. And if you have 56 Democrats, 58 Democrats in the Senate, and a Republican House, you won't get anything done. Mm-hmm. And then, when he's up for re-election, they said, well, why didn't you pass a jobs bill? He could say, well, I tried to, but the House and the Senate wouldn't let it come up for a vote. So we've never had that in our history, where the very day somebody's inaugurated, the other party says we'll do whatever we can to make sure he's a failure.
All right, well, thank you so much. Now we're going to take a look at Romney. So Romney has had this reputation of constantly changing his policies. So how do you guys look at that? Do you think that it has to do with the changing times, or do you think that he's just a flip-flop? What do you guys think?
Well,
Romney's a flip-flop.
okay.
Romney is a flip-flop that you wear in the shower. He just does not. I'm curious, if Romney wins, this will be one of those moments where I think, who is going to show up in the White House when it's time to get to work? Who's going to show up? Is going to be super conservative Romney who started this election, or is it going to be, moderate Republican Romney who's kind of cool, but still is going to, screw over this entire country, basically?
I think he has changed his mind. I wouldn't call him a complete flip-flop. I think that's a slight exaggeration, and our media perhaps helps exaggerate that further, but I don't think changing your mind is too big of a problem. There are some things that are concerning with that, with the fact that he's not completely solid on some points, but I do think that overall he will do a better job than Obama could. I don't know how well Romney will do, but in my personal opinion and based on what we've seen from the Obama administration, Romney is better than what Obama will ever do for this country, just based on what he has done so far for the United States of America.
Well, it's a good question that you raise about which Romney will wind up in the White House should he be elected. I mean, the fact that he has redefined himself just about every week since the convention, and I don't really blame him. I really blame the media that allow him to tell things that are completely untrue, to deny his own positions and saying, oh no, I never said that, when you can run a film clip of him saying that a year or two before, and the fact that the media would let him get away with it. I really don't understand that, as somebody who's done some work in political media, how Mr. Gregory at Meet the Press, I believe, had Romney right in the corner saying, which deductions are you going to get rid of in order to make up for $4 trillion? And he said, well, I really can't discuss that now because we'd have far too many arguments, and and so they said, okay, and moved on, versus saying, I think we ought to know what you're going to do before you expect us to vote for you.
Well, I would argue that Obama's plan for the next 4 years is very vague as well. He includes a $4 trillion reduction in the national debt. I believe it's over the next decade. Part of it includes reducing loopholes and deductions, but like he criticized Romney for not being specific on that issue, he hasn't been specific on his either.
I have to disagree with you there, because if you go to Obama's website, there's a link that lays out his entire jobs plan specifically.
Yeah.
CNN proved that $1 billion of the savings has already been done this past year, and that the loopholes and deductions wouldn't be quite $1 trillion. It'd be somewhere in the billions. And you mentioned the media allowing Romney to get away with saying certain things and not criticizing it. I say the media allows Obama to get away with so much more things that he's said and hasn't delivered on.
Like
Look
what?
at the things like Benghazi. He lied about that for 2 weeks, saying it was a YouTube video, when there's been overwhelmingly enough evidence to show that he allowed terrorists to kill our men in uniform at our ambassador when they requested security weeks prior to that, and the CIA during the time was told to stand down multiple times.
Okay. Well, there are explanations for that. I don't know if we want to get into that. But to me, part of the real issue is, for any politician, if you've got an 8-ounce glass of water and it's half filled, with 4 ounces in it, is it half empty or half filled? The answer is it's both. And people almost expect that there's a certain ambiguity and vagueness about all politicians. For Obama to say, well, we're going to have a mandate for health care, is a lot easier to swallow than I'm going to increase your taxes. But of course, it amounted to the same thing. To say we're going to spend money on education means taxes will go up, versus, well, we should invest in your education. So I accept that. That's part of That's part of the discourse of politics that we've had for 100 years in this country. But to say, no, I did not say that, when there's videotape that you did without any explanation as to why you changed your mind. And if you read the Republican platform, it is the most conservative political platform in maybe 2 or 3 generations. I've never read anything that said we should essentially get rid of the social net, we should have no abortions allowed for anybody under any circumstances at all. And those are things that, irrespective of what Romney and Ryan are going to say, that's the platform that they're running on.
Okay, so going back to how you guys had mentioned the media, I think that's a very interesting topic, because being involved in the media, how do you think it has influenced the election? What has really caused the election to be fragmented, or what has pulled the focus from the election itself?
Sure.
That's a tough one, because I feel like every piece of the media has done something to just completely take focus off of more serious issues. For example, and this is a terrible example, but it's the only one coming to my mind, when Paul Ryan made that idiotic comment about the magical fallopian tubes that reject rapist sperm, that got played up so hard in the media to say, hey, this guy's an idiot, don't vote for them. And obviously that's a terrible thing to say, but what else did they talk about when it came to Paul Ryan? I'm sure he has good points on something else. Rape is obviously not his forte, and the female body is just not his science that he knows. But what else does he know? And they didn't really highlight that once that rape comment came out of his mouth. He was done when that happened.
Well, I think partly, too, it's the Citizens United decision, January of 2010, was probably, in my judgment, the Dred Scott decision of the 21st century of the Supreme Court. I can't imagine anything being worse than that, which allows corporations and individuals to spend whatever they want, to say whatever they want for any candidate that they please. And that is a serious media problem.
I think our biggest media problem is the overwhelming liberal bias that is used to protect Obama from anyone who criticizes him, or anyone with an open mind realizing, hey, this guy is not as great as he claims to be. Our media does not ask him questions that need to be asked. Instead, we have Brian Williams asking him about people like Justin Bieber, Katy Perry. The media with scandals like the Benghazi, which I'm going to bring up again. Where are the questions about that? Why are people pushing for the answers about why his administration lied?
If you watch it closely, he didn't lie. The day afterward, he said, if this is an event, if this is an act of terrorism, we will get at it. The fact of the matter is, people keep saying that we were protecting the embassy. True. The embassy is in Tripoli. This was the consulate in Benghazi, which is a different place completely. And secondly, I don't know the answers, but I know people in the State Department are hinting that there was a CIA issue here that is not ready for full public disclosure yet. And Obama said they don't know who has done this yet to know if it's from a government, which would mean it might not be terrorism, or is it a terrorist group? But I think the man that could get Osama bin Laden is going to get the people that killed our ambassador. And we don't know if it's terrorism yet.
Well, we do know, I believe, that it was linked to Al-Qaeda. I believe they came out and said we were part of it.
Al-Qaeda said that they were. But the State Department would not take the word of Al-Qaeda.
But there were reports sent to the State Department that the situation was trending negative.
Yes.
And it was ignored.
Bringing it back to what Shannon said that I thought was really interesting, she had said that different stations have different opinions.
Sure.
So how much do you guys agree with that if you watch different stations, you'll get different views?
Well, there are 8 major international corporations, all of them conservative, that own almost all of the media. So to say that there's a liberal bias, there are many more Democrats and many more progressive people, I think, naturally work in journalism and media and so on. But I don't see much of a liberal bias. That's one of the criticisms of Obama. He's a centrist. You know, if he were a liberal, I'm sort of semi-liberal myself, I'd be a lot happier. But the policies that he has been defending were Republican policies. And he thought, for example, health care would be successful because it's the Romney plan. It's the plan that Bob Dole put up. It was the plan the Heritage Foundation, who are very conservative people, that was their health care plan back in the Clinton years. So he thought, well, if I take these Republican ideas and run with them, I'll be successful, not knowing that no matter what he did, they'd be opposed.
Were you suggesting that the health care plan was fashioned partly by Republicans?
Yes, all of it was.
Because
it's the Romney plan, it's what Bob Dole ran on in 1996, and it was what the Heritage Foundation criticized Clinton in '93. They said there should be a mandate, everybody should pay, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Because Republicans virtually had no say in the Obamacare push. It was pushed.
Well, they televised 3 different committee meetings where it was more than half Republicans, and Obama said, now what are some of your ideas? And most of them walked out. Now maybe you're going to say that was a mediated event, that really wasn't a legitimate exercise. He said it was, and I think I'd rather take his word for it than Rush Limbaugh.
All right. Well, so we thank you for your discussions, guys. I really appreciate it. We're now going to send it back to Marissa and Megan. So they will be tossing it to our next segment. So let's take it to them.
Thank you, Olivia.
Yeah, thank you for that great discussion, guys. That was very interesting to hear all those different sides.
Yes, we'd really like to hear later on more what you guys all have to say about Obamacare.
Yes.
I know because we both know that is a huge topic for tonight, and is definitely going to be a deciding factor where people's votes go. Like, Obamacare is a big deciding factor, and I know a lot of people want to hear about it, and we definitely do. So,
but right now we are going to send it to Patrick Kavlin in Syracuse at the Republican headquarters.
What's going on over there, Pat?
All right, and thanks, Megan and Marissa. Again, Pat Kavlin here, reporting to you live from Anne-Marie Burkle's headquarters here. It's at the Doubletree Hotel. It's in East Syracuse, and this is where they're going to be for the remainder of the evening. The party has just started here. Right now, there's people starting to flow in, all kinds of supporters, staff members, and this has been a really long campaign for Anne-Marie Burkle, as anyone knows who's been watching the polls over the last few months. All right, again, we're here at Anne-Marie Burkle's headquarters. Again, people still starting to come in right now. The party was supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and we just have people sitting down behind us right now. Again, people really just mingling by the door. There's some hors d'oeuvres over there, so a slow start, but certainly going to get crowded in here within the next hour or two. Anne-Marie Burkle is expected to speak around 9 o'clock, so hopefully we'll have that for you when it happens. A few things about Anne-Marie Burkle that you may not know. She actually went to Syracuse University after spending a little bit of time as a nurse. She's 61 years old right now. She was born in Auburn, New York, so she is native to Central New York. Right now in this campaign, for those of you who may be unfamiliar with her, the reason that she won back in 2010 during the last congressional election against Dan Maffei, and Dan Maffei was the individual who long held that seat. So Burkle took that seat from him back in 2010, and this election right now is so important because Dan Maffei is trying to get that seat back. Now, the race has been very close over the last few weeks and even months, with each candidate running neck and neck in the polls, and even after the debates, both candidates are still running very closely. So what this means is that this isn't an election that's going to depend heavily on independent votes, because most people really have their mind made up. It's really just going to be based on voter turnout and how many people exactly are supporters of each. We're going to have more about it. Again, we'll be reporting here live all night, right up until midnight, and we'll also have live coverage of her speech coming up at 9 o'clock. But right now, we're going to send it back to the studio with Megan and Marissa.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, Pat, and we are definitely looking forward to see all the results that are going to be coming in that race. That is a huge race going on for the House right now. So looking at some results that we have coming in, according to CNN, states going to Romney right now that can be confirmed are Georgia with 16 electoral votes, West Virginia with 5, and Tennessee with 11.
Florida right now is looking at 51%, so it's kind of split down the middle.
Completely split down the middle. Also, we have a state coming in for Obama. Connecticut is voted Obama, and he is receiving 7 electoral votes from the state of Connecticut. Right now, Ohio, the huge state that everybody is really watching really closely right now. North Carolina and Virginia are too close to call at this point, but this is just right after those 8 p.m. polls close today, so we are definitely going to be keeping an eye on that.
And we'll also be interested to see what's going on at the Democratic Convention.
Yes.
And we have Adam Rupsick there, so we'll take it to him a little bit later.
We will be hearing from him very soon. But something interesting that I found out about what that Roundtable was talking about a little bit ago was how they were talking about the economy, the healthcare reform bill.
All very important issues.
What poll takers are seeing coming in from the early polls is the issues that voters are really concerned about right now, and it's showing that about 60% of voters are saying that the economy is the most important issue to them, and healthcare is coming in at a distant second with only 17%. Followed by the deficit and foreign policy. So interesting to see where people's mindsets are at right now.
And it's definitely, there's a focus on what's going on with the country fiscally, which makes sense because the economy is such an important thing, and not just overall for the whole country, but independently for each family. That's going to see which president or which presidential candidate will be able to help each family individually and the country as a whole is definitely going to be an important thing.
Huge factor. In fact, 29% of voters have said that they feel that where they are right now is better than where they had been previously, followed by 28% that said that they are not better, and then the rest saying that they're pretty much about the same right now. So, but definitely, small businesses looking at which candidate is really going to help me. The middle class is looking for a boost.
Yes.
Whichever candidate has the plan to really boost the middle class is going to be getting the votes tonight.
Yeah, and the middle class, it does make up most of our country, so it's going to be really important because most people are falling in the middle class range. The economy and small businesses, that is a big deal to them. A lot of middle class people are small business owners, and what each presidential candidate can do to help each of them is going to be they're going to be a lot of the potential voters tonight, so we'll see what's going on with them.
Absolutely. So once again tonight, we are going to have roundtable discussions with professors and students who will be giving their take on the election, where they see it going tonight. We are also going to be following the election in our multimedia room. They're going to be following everything on Twitter, Facebook. You can actually follow
us on Twitter, yes.
On Twitter, yes.
We have a tweet, and you can do OzLive 2012, and all of your tweets will show up on our page, and we're following you right now.
Yep, that's hashtag OzLive 2012 on Facebook, and please get your posts up there. We're following them. Our social media room is looking to really hone in on those and see where people are casting their votes, see where their thoughts are at right now. So we're going to be following that all tonight up until midnight.
But now we're going to take a short break, right?
We'll be right back.
Election Night 2012, live from Oswego, is brought to you by Mark's Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. C's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7 3rd Avenue, across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York, at 315-207-2002, and The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 343-1968. You're watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
All right, thanks for staying with us. Now we're going to go see what's going on with the polls and all the updates that are coming in right now with Rob Camille.
What's going on, Rob?
Thanks a lot, Megan and Marissa. Good evening, everybody. I'm Robert Camille for WTOP 10 Election Night coverage. Right now, we had some polls come in that closed at 7 o'clock, 7:30, and 8 o'clock coming in right now. As far as electoral votes go, for President Obama, we've had a few states come in that have gone in his favor. Vermont with 3 electoral votes, Connecticut with 7, and Maryland with 10, giving him a grand total of 20 right now. On the other side, with Mitt Romney, he has a grand total of 28. We have Kentucky with 8 electoral votes, Indiana with 11, and Alabama with 9 at the moment. Now, for the time being, we're expecting a very, very close race in a couple key states like Florida, Ohio, Virginia, and North Carolina, as well as Pennsylvania, which really hasn't been seen as a bit of a swing state, but lately it's been kind of a battleground between the two candidates who's going to take the electoral votes there. We're going to send it back now to Megan and Marissa. I'll have some more updates coming up for you later on the newscast, guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Rob, for that.
Yeah, we're hoping to get some more poll updates from you later on in the broadcast.
Definitely.
We know it's early, so there's still a lot going on, and there's still people out voting, so it's hard to tell what's going to happen.
Yeah, polls on the East Coast are really just closing down tonight. So, but right now we are going to take a look at the other side, what's going on in the Democratic headquarters with Adam Repsick.
What's going on over there, Adam?
Listen to them. Good evening and welcome. We are here at Pasabean's restaurant just outside Syracuse, New York for the Democratic headquarters in this 24th congressional race. The MFA, we are anticipating his arrival. He is not here yet. We are anticipating within the next hour to a half an hour he will be here. We got about 10 to 12 tables for supporters set up behind me in this rally going on. Media groups all over are being set up. As you see behind me, the podium where the speeches will be taking place. We will take you there in future live shots to get some speeches and speakers for this event. As you see, not a lot going on yet. Supporters still filing in here to this congressional race, and like we said, too close to call at this point. Dan Maffei and Anne-Marie Burkle are neck and neck, and we will be here all night, folks, here at Pasabean's restaurant in Syracuse, New York. Back to you guys.
All right, now thank you for that, Adam. So I think right now I'd like to take a look at what's going on with social media.
Yeah, we're going to see what breaking news is going on Twitter and Facebook with Anthony Hill. Anthony, what's going on?
That's right. Quite a few things are going on, guys. Good evening. We are in the social media hub. That's what we like to call it for our election coverage. And what we're talking about is Ohio. You've heard that a lot and how important the electoral votes from Ohio are going to be in determining who's going to be the president or the next president this term around. Now, what's interesting is that you also hear about the independent vote and how they can sway how the Electoral College goes. Peter Sosha is one of our people here pretty much monitoring all the social networking sites, and he has some breaking news.
Well, the independent voters in exit polls, this is a story done by ABC News, they're showing that Romney is actually 10 points ahead among independent voters than Obama, which is interesting because Obama actually led John McCain in the 2008 election by 8 points in the Ohio independent voters. But the thing is, they're coming out in smaller numbers than they were in 2008, so we'll see how big of an effect this has on the overall election in Ohio.
And from what you have seen, as we reported before, the Electoral College and getting those electoral votes in Ohio is going to be quintessential for both of these candidates. And both of these candidates, and at least when we look at the polls, they're at a dead heat. Can this potentially sway which way Ohio goes to potentially with how these independents are voting?
Well, I think so. I mean, obviously, it's independent voters. They can obviously vote for a third party, but most of them are going to choose to go with either of the two major candidates. So they're coming out in less numbers than in 2008, so that might be in Obama's favor. But if they keep up and keep going with Romney, that could definitely swing the vote in Ohio.
All right, and why do you think they are coming out in lesser numbers?
I'm not really sure. That's really interesting. I'll have to do some more research on that. They might be trying to avoid long lines. I don't really know. That's a good question.
And that's something else we're actually following for you guys. We're going to have a report on some long lines. Thanks a lot, Peter Sosha. Long lines in terms of waiting to cast their ballots in Pennsylvania in particular. We're going to get that information. We're following all the social media networks. Like I said, Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, you name it, we're following it. And as we get more information, we're going to be sure to bring it to you guys. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio for some more election night coverage.
Thank you, Anthony. It's definitely nice to hear a little bit also about the third party because nobody's really talking about that.
You don't really hear about it.
Yeah, we are focusing more on Obama and Romney.
Of course,
and
they're the two heads of the party,
exactly.
the two major parties. But actually, we have some news coming in. We have some electoral totals coming in, and they are showing 51 Romney and 64 Obama. So those are some interesting numbers coming in right now. And that's showing for Tennessee. So right now, we are going to take it back over to the round table with
Olivia Eugenio.
Thank you, Megan and Marissa. So as you guys may have noticed, we have changed up the round table, so I'm going to have them quickly introduce themselves before we get into the next topic.
I'm Tim James. I'm the news editor at the Oswegonian. I'm an economics major here at Oswego State.
I'm Elizabeth Schmidt. I'm a professor of economics, and I've been on the faculty here at Oswego since 1995.
My name is Andrew Sanders. I'm the sales director for NYO, and I'm also a news contributor to the station as well.
All right, so we're going to get a little bit into the economy. What we really want to talk about is the deficit and how the candidates could potentially handle it or not handle it, depending on where you guys fall. So if you guys would like to start off.
Would you like me to start?
Sure, go ahead.
So really the United States has run a structural deficit since the really 1970s, with just a brief break in 1999. So we run a deficit about every year. Of course, the problem we've experienced a very severe recession, and because of that, our deficit's gotten a lot larger. In a recession, it's only natural. Tax revenue falls. At the same time, our expenditure responsibilities rise, and we're left with a very large deficit. So our deficit during Obama's first term topped out at about $1.4 trillion. It's about $1 trillion for this fiscal year. And because of that, our debt has risen to about $16 trillion for a debt to GDP ratio of about 100%. So some people are very concerned that that kind of borrowing is not sustainable.
As a matter of fact, the debt that Obama has piled up is larger than all previous presidents combined in just his single first term.
Well, that's not exactly true, though.
Right. I wouldn't call it his debt.
Going all the way back to Washington, he came in with $10 trillion, and we're at $16 trillion now. So just basic math says that if you're blaming him for all $6 trillion that's there, that's still less than the $10 trillion that he came in with.
Well, that's true. Regardless of how you look at the numbers, it's definitely not in his favor as far as public policy is concerned.
Well,
I think
the question is how much is he actually responsible for, and how much is from natural market forces, like the professor was explaining. When tax revenues go down and expenditures increase naturally without any changes from Congress, without any new laws being enacted, without Obama doing anything different, with the laws already on the books.
Global forces.
Well, you have natural market forces.
Correct. Yeah.
So how do we think Romney would handle the deficit as well as Obama in the next term?
Well, I think really the real solution to a deficit, to controlling the debt and reducing the deficit, is economic growth. We grow our way out of deficits. Tax revenue rises, expenditures fall as less people need unemployment and food stamps and support like that, and the deficit will naturally shrink. So really any agenda to spur economic growth is an agenda to reduce the deficit in the United States.
I think what would be beneficial under a Romney presidency is a more leniency toward regulation of small business and large businesses alike. It's just a cause and effect relationship. The more regulation placed upon businesses, that's small business owners and large business owners as well, the more regulation you have, the more you're going to struggle to A, hire people, B, cause productivity, and C, put out as much product. It stifles business development. And so I believe under a Romney presidency, he would be more apt to deregulate the economy in a sense that benefits the middle class as well as the upper class as well.
I don't really think it's as painless, though, as a deregulation. That's a win-win. Actually, if we really want to control the deficit, there are serious expenditure cuts in the big expenditures. One of our big expenditures is interest on our debt. Well, we can't really do anything about that. We can do something about Social Security and Medicare, which are the huge, huge increases, and as well as the tax revenue that comes in. A lot of the additions to the debt that's occurred in Obama's term are really about tax cuts in the prior administration. And so really the U.S. has to think about what services we want to pay for and whether or not we're willing to pay for them. Countries, other industrialized countries with a larger degree of regulation have debt to GDP ratios that are smaller than ours. So I don't know that those two are as closely related.
Yeah, and I just want to emphasize that it's important not to oversimplify these things. Not all regulation is the same.
There's other factors.
There's good regulation, there's bad regulation, there's regulation that is both good and bad at the same time, economically speaking. It's tough to say that necessarily deregulating is bad. Some regulation is actually very good for the economy, and businesses actually want to be regulated to a certain extent, especially when trying to get rid of externalities in markets, which can be very helpful to them. So it's not something you can simplify just saying, oh, we want to deregulate. Sometimes deregulating can actually seriously hurt a market.
True. I think
deregulation had a lot to do with the housing bubble. And there's been some good arguments that maybe if some of the regulations we had before parts of the Glass-Steagall Act were repealed were still in place, the housing bubble might not have been as severe as it was, and we might not have been in a recession as large as we are or were.
Right. I think we're all in agreement that there's many factors that contribute to an economic slump as well as in good economic times. I think. As far as the middle class is concerned, middle class business owners, they're affected more heavily, and in fact they employ more people, a giant portion of United States citizens. However, if you, under the Obama administration, he's applied more regulations due to the recession crash, stuff like that, instances like that have warranted, higher placement of more regulation.
What specific regulations are you posting? Are you talking about maybe Dodd-Frank, the Wall Street regulation bill? Do you want less regulation on Wall Street or more regulation? I mean, we saw what happened when we had less regulation.
I think if we have less regulation on Wall Street, it's not as likely to happen again, in part due to movements such as Tea Party movement and Occupy Wall Street. I believe now that now that everybody has a Twitter account, Facebook, there are ways in which companies and Wall Street brokers and so forth, they can't get away with anything nowadays.
But JP Morgan just lost $2.3 billion this summer in a bad trade, and they're one of the 4 largest depository institutions in the United States. We have the former CEO of Citigroup already saying that he thinks too big to fail is a bad idea, and that the banks should be broken up, the large banks. I actually think Wall Street's probably a more dangerous place. There's more moral hazard. Because if the government has demonstrated they're willing to bail out large institutions. So if someone's taking the risk and someone else is bearing it, that's called moral hazard, and it's a big, big problem. So I don't know that we can actually say that any increase in regulation under the Obama administration has really hurt the small businesses. I think what has hurt small businesses is a dramatic decline in consumer expenditure that came about due to a dramatic decline in wealth due to a housing crash.
And Wall Street has shown time and time again that when you deregulate them, a bubble forms. It happened in the 1920s, and we ended in the Great Depression because of it, or partly for other reasons as well. But I mean, that was a big part of it. We've seen financial crisis after financial crisis, and we just saw another huge one again in 2008, 2009, because of deregulation. And if you look at, for example, Canada, that has a very similar culture to us, very similar government, they had much more regulation on their housing market, much more regulation on their equivalent of Wall Street. And they didn't have the housing bubble and housing burst that we did. And they never had a recession the size that we did. They had a small one, but they weren't as affected as we were. So I think there's definitely a case to be made to say that more regulation on Wall Street provides a more stable economy with less overall risk and therefore a more efficient economy.
I think we also have to put in focus, and the recession didn't just hit the United States or Canada. It affected pretty much literally every country in the global environment. If you look at countries like Greece, other European countries that have also dipped into recession much harder than us, I point out Greece as an example. Countries whose government, has more regulations in place and has, more control over businesses and over its citizens. I think, it's hard to point to one correct answer, but I honestly believe the more paperwork you put in front of someone's eyes, you know,
if you're looking at Greece as an example, I mean, they might have more regulation, but it doesn't have a lot to do with what happened there. The main problems they're having have to do with the fact that they don't have a lot of control over their own currency like most countries do. And if you have control over your own currency, there are ways that you can deal with your debt that Greece doesn't have. They can't print more euros. They don't have that power. And Germany's never going to allow that to happen.
Right.
So in the United States, we can always print more dollars to service our debt. So that's why we call them risk-free assets, because the only risk is inflation risk, which every asset has. So
if we bring it back to the presidential election here, we actually see with Andrew's point about Greece, it's an important point because the next president will actually have some things to deal with in Europe. The Greece solution was a Band-Aid. It was not a solution in the summer. So it staved off crisis. So our next president, in terms of combining foreign policy with economics, will have to deal with a Europe that's got to decide what they're going to do about their common currency. At one point, the euro was the big contender for the US dollar as a world reserve currency. That directly plays into our debt, because if the US dollar is not attractive, people will not buy US Treasury debt, and we count on people buying $16 trillion worth of US Treasury debt.
And it's less likely to happen now that we're not AAA anymore, but go ahead.
Well, we're AAA by some rating agencies. I would say since the downgrade of the summer of 2011, Treasury yields have actually fallen. They haven't risen. So there's no indication that the markets took that seriously.
And I think there's pros and cons to a possible recovery of the euro crisis. And it's not just Greece. It's also Italy. It's also Spain. It's also Portugal. I mean, the list goes on.
Okay, so I want to take this to something that I think will directly affect all of us, especially because as students, we'll be graduating within the next few years. So I want to know, personally, because I want to make sure I have a job coming out of school, how do you guys think each of the candidates will do in terms of the labor market?
Well, let me say that I don't think presidential candidates have a pretty direct effect on labor markets. Again, general economic conditions. But let's talk about where the labor market is right now. So we actually have October unemployment figures that are about 7.9%. So that's about where it was on Obama's inauguration day, about 7.8, 7.9%. Unemployment peaked later in 2009 around 10%. So it's decreased significantly. However, this recession is much more severe than the other recent recessions with respect to job loss. And we have not made up our ground. The fact is, our economy has to have a robust growth of well above 3% if we hope to make up the job losses and get into positive job growth. And we haven't had that yet.
I think it's also important to note that if you look at the numbers coming out of the Congressional Budget Office, which is a nonpartisan organization as part that Congress basically controls, and they come out with all the good economic numbers about what they expect to happen. And according to the Congressional Budget Office, they're estimating that in between this year and 2017, they're estimating about 9 million jobs will be created, no matter who is the president. They're estimating 9 million. So when a candidate says, I promised to create 12 million, keep in mind that naturally the economy is already going to create 9, so they can't really take credit for that much. And I find it a bit disingenuous when you have a candidate say that he's going to create 12 million jobs, but then also claim that government doesn't create jobs. But that's just me.
I believe a limited government does create jobs in the sense that government in its sole purpose is not a job creator. It's meant to protect the country from foreign invasions. I'm talking on a very, very simplistic level. It's the private enterprise which is the main driving force that is supposed to create jobs in this country. Yes, of course, the government employs a healthy number of people, but that's not primarily what its job is to do. I think if you look at the numbers, as we actually discussed in the pre-show, 1 in 2 college graduates are not employed, and now that's to say, as you mentioned before, not all of them are looking for jobs or careers.
And
but
some of them went into graduate schools.
Correct.
Some of them, are either continue their education. They're not looking. There's lots of different paths that they go down. So not necessarily all of them are even looking for jobs.
All right. Well, that's just one statistic that I wanted to mention. That as long as as well as during the Obama administration, the number of individuals on welfare and food stamps have also increased. And I think that all of these factors together combine to a pattern that seems like an entitlement of citizens, that their economy is quite frankly too linked to government. And I believe if you cut programs such as welfare and government institutions like food stamps and stuff like that, if you make it harder to get onto, I believe that the general consensus among the youth and folks who are in a predicament who would rely on welfare, rely on food stamps to get by, they're much less likely to be, like you said, like, oh, well, if I don't get a job right out of school, I'll always have welfare or food stamps to fall back on. Now, I'm sure there's lots of folks.
We will most definitely come back to this, but we are actually going to send it back to the desk to Megan and Marissa. So you guys would take it over.
Thank you, Olivia. Something that I really found interesting, a topic that they touched on, was the fact that the US dollar really affects the rest of the world. And that's something that not everyone realizes. The US dollar is not only going to affect America, but it always affects everybody else on the planet too. So we have to look at it and say, is our US dollar attractive right now? And the value of our money has been going down. So that is something we have to take into consideration. Would Romney be able to bring the American dollar back, or would Obama be able to do it? We have to see.
Absolutely.
So.
We are in a globalized economy
yes.
now. So what happens to us
now more than ever.
Everybody. So excellent point made at the Roundtable. Now we're going to be sending it to Jovan Henriquez at the Rock the Vote party in Campus Center. What's going on there?
Hey guys, we're at the center now where people are rocking the vote. Here, there's pizza everywhere. We'll be keeping you updated on what's going on here. Actually, right now, we have a poll where Romney has Mitt Romney has 82 electoral votes and Barack Obama with 64. Just send in your tweets, your comments, and questions with the hashtag OZLive2012. Again, the hashtag OZLive2012. You can tweet at me, Jovan Henriquez. And for all the updates, right back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Jovan. It was nice to see some of those electoral votes coming in, the predictions, so we can kind of get a feel for what's going on. But I still feel like it's going to take us a little bit longer to find out. Like later on in the night, we might know. And as the show goes on, we'll be able to know what's more realistic looking.
I know. Hopefully, later on in the night, we're going to be able to start narrowing it down and see maybe one candidate starting to pull ahead. But it is close right now.
It's still very tight, and we're also going to see some more We're also going to see more updates from Rob. So we're going to send it actually to Olivia before we take a short break.
All right, so what I really wanted to talk about next is how we had mentioned that the candidates would both have potential, but specifically, how do you guys think Romney's background in business will either help him or hurt him in handling the economy?
I feel like this really I have mixed feelings about, because he made hundreds of millions of dollars in the private sector doing private equity. He was obviously very good at it. He obviously understands economics. He's obviously an intelligent person, which is why I've found it so frustrating when he says things about economic policy that he should know better, that he should know
like what?
Well, I mean, he has this tax plan that he wants to cut these taxes by so much and try and make up for it, and the numbers don't add up. That's one start. And he actually literally said that he doesn't believe that government can create jobs, I mean, in any sense whatsoever. And I mean, Keynesian economics came out in the 1930s, and he basically doesn't believe in it. And we've had Keynesian economics for 80 years now, and I mean, there is post-Keynesian economics, and we've built on it from there. But basically, he's erased all economic studies.
There's plenty of evidence. There's plenty of evidence that a massive fiscal stimulus brings us out of recession. And some might argue that the fiscal stimulus didn't work. That's a big criticism of Obama. But you could also argue that it wasn't large enough. And given
Paul
the size
Krugman
of the
does argue
recession,
that,
I
yeah.
would argue it was not large enough. And that's why it didn't give us the kind of recovery that we wanted as well.
I think Paul Krugman.
I think it's a misnomer to think that business skills will translate into the skills of governing. Obviously, there's certain characteristics that might make someone an effective leader across the board, but government is different from business. Same as people look at the deficit from our earlier discussions and say, well, I can't run a deficit all the time, so why can the government? Because the government is different. The government lives forever, the government prints money, the government has the power to tax, the government has the power to issue debt in a way that we don't. And so it's not quite the same thing. And arguing that all those characteristics will translate from one to another, but it does reflect the different philosophies of the party. I think there are different economic philosophies of the party about what your personal responsibility is and what drives growth, and whether or not personal incentives will actually drive for a better outcome versus more of a government role.
I think if you look at Barack Obama's and Mitt Romney's background, as far as Obama was a senator, before that he was a community organizer. Mitt Romney grew up in the business world. His father was a businessman, and yes, he inherited a quote-unquote silver spoon. He was given a lot of wealth. However, I have a lot of deep personal respect for Mitt Romney because more so than Obama, he's donated more money to charity, even based, on per how much money each has earned. He has, I think it's not necessarily a bad thing to say that Mitt Romney will treat the presidency like a business. I think if you have that mindset, you'll be more acclimated to handling the economy. I think what's interesting about this election is, my personal opinion, I think Democrats have a tendency to, they're more known as the domestic policy, and Republicans are known for having the upper hand in foreign policy. And I see that as a reversal role this time around. Barack Obama has seemed to have a pretty decent foreign policy, but I believe Mitt Romney has a better domestic policy solely based on his business experience. And because, like I said before, I think as far as the middle class businesses, they'll benefit from a deregulation. My aunt, just to give a quick little anecdote, my aunt owns a small scuba shop in about an hour and a half north of New York City, and her business is struggling. And she's told me personally that she might close up soon. And I asked her why, and she said it's become more expensive to have a business. And I think that's going in the wrong direction.
Well, I think anecdotes aside, I mean, if you look at just all businesses every year, in between probably 5 to 10% of all businesses every year fail. So just saying, I know someone who has a business that's failing.
She's been in business for...
Even in good years, businesses fail. It's a normal part of the economy. Businesses that have been around for 100 years fail every year. It happens.
Well, regulation has costs, and then maybe those costs have hurting your aunt. But also, that same government that imposes regulation is the same government that builds an interstate infrastructure on which goods are transported.
Yeah,
so they're the same government that actually provides the rules of the game and the public works that allow businesses to function.
Government has a role to employ private construction contractors. In fact, much of my dad's side of the family works in the ironworkers business in the city, to bring up another anecdote. However, it's if you look at it strictly constitutionally speaking, the government is without a doubt supposed to have a smaller role, economically speaking, than it does nowadays.
Well,
I think that's hard to...
The Constitution set out what role the government should have in the
economy.
Exactly.
In the Constitution...
And that's, and actually the idea that the economy at the 1800 was the same as the economy at 2012
it's a different world.
in terms
It's
of the
a
role of
different
government.
economy.
We really couldn't have foreseen that. So I don't know that it's Constitution that dictates government role in the economy. I think it's really a benefit-cost analysis. Do we think the government can do more good in terms of minimizing business cycles? Can the government do more good in setting the rules of the game for fair employment? Those are the kinds of issues that you would look at. Regarding costs of regulation are at zero, and they have to be weighed against potential benefits.
All right, so we're actually going to send it back to May and Marissa. So you guys, why don't you take it over?
Thank you, Olivia. One thing we liked about this discussion was stressing the importance of the economic policies of the presidential candidates, because it's true, we need to treat America like a business right now and to get us back on our feet during this tough economic time. So we just have to see which candidate is going to be able to do that best.
Be able to do that, as well as considering all the middle class and families. So right now we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back we'll take a look at some more polls. Stay with us.
Election Night 2012, live from Oswego, is brought to you by Mark's Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. C's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7 3rd Avenue across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York at 315-207-2002. And The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 315-343-1968. You are watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
Thank you for staying with us. Next, we're going to take a look at what's going on in our social media room with Anthony Hill.
But first, I have an electoral count as of right now, and it is showing Romney 76 and Obama 65. So we're going to keep an eye on that. But right now, Anthony, what's going on in social media?
Since we're in our social media hub, if you will, one question comes to mind. What role does social media play in the presidential election, or any election for that matter? Joining me right now is Adam Scheer. Thank you so much for joining me, Adam.
Oh, no problem, Anthony.
All right, so I pose that question to you. What role does social media play in the presidential election?
Certainly it plays a really big role. In the past, people have only been able to hear results from television, hearing from the candidates themselves, or from their family and friends. This time they can hear opinions from all over the country, just about anyone, and there's more opinions, so there's more decisions to be made when voting.
And talking about an array and a diverse amount of opinions, more opinions like you just illustrated right now, with that said, does that necessarily change how people will vote because they have more access to more opinions?
It certainly can. Access to more opinions. So you can hear what someone has to say. If you're in New York, you could hear what someone has to say in California or Alaska or anything like that, and it'll sway your opinion. Certainly there are a lot of entertaining things when it comes to social networks like GIFs and memes, but those don't sway people's votes. Those are more for entertainment purposes. But there's certainly a lot more information about the presidents, especially when people relate it to their own lives and just have their own opinions about them.
So Adam, we can see how the presidential candidates would want to capitalize on social media to get their cause out there more. Demographically speaking, who takes advantage of social media the most?
Certainly, I think males and females just about equally are the demographic. It's about that 18 to 34-year-old. Certainly, senior citizens probably aren't taking advantage. I can see the few who are, but the majority aren't. But I would say definitely 18 to 34. There are over 1 billion Facebook users worldwide. There are a lot of people on Twitter, millions. So people are really taking advantage of not just social media, but a wide array of them: Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr, all sorts of them.
And we're following Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr here.
Yep, use the hashtag OzLive2012.
OzLive2012. Adam Scheer, thank you so much.
You're welcome, man.
And as you can see, social media plays an enormous role in electing the next president or any election for that matter. I'm going to send it back to you guys for right now.
All right. Thank you, Anthony. So right now, why don't we take a look at some of the electoral vote predictions that are coming in. And we have Florida at 49%, which is reporting 50 Obama and 49 Romney. Ohio at 4%, reporting 56 Obama and 43 Romney.
And once again, these are coming in from those key swing states that everybody is keeping an eye on right now. We also have North Carolina coming in at 30%, reporting 49 for Obama, 50 for Romney, and also Virginia at 43%, reporting 45 Obama and 54 Governor Romney. Right now, we're going to take a look at the map with Rob Camille.
Thanks, guys, and good evening once again, Oswego, Central New York, wherever you may be watching this evening. I'm Robert Camille here with a quick check at your electoral votes, as well as some of the swing states that we've been looking at. Right now, at our 9 o'clock update, we've had a few more states that have closed their polls, including the state of New York, so we'll be getting you those totals as soon as they come into us. But right now, what we're looking at, Obama right now has 65 electoral votes. The latest ones that have come in, Rhode Island with 4, Massachusetts with 11, Illinois with 20, and Maine with 4. Now, these are all by very, very wide margins, even though about 20 to 25% of the vote has come in on each of these states. As far as Mitt Romney goes, 76 electoral votes at the 9 o'clock hour right now. The latest states that have come in for him, Georgia with 16 electoral votes, South Carolina with 9, Tennessee with 11, West Virginia with 5, and actually we just had another one come in. Arkansas has now projected to be part of Mitt Romney's total, with 6 electoral votes going in his favor. So once again, Arkansas has projected to go to Mitt Romney and the Republican campaign with 6 electoral votes in his favor. Now, a lot of the swing states that we've been watching for a little bit, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia, North Carolina, states like that, particularly Florida as well. We've been looking at some of those trends, and right now, all 5 of those states that I mentioned, still too close to call, even though their polls have closed upwards of 1 hour to even 2 hours ago. So we're going to be watching these as they come in. We'll be bringing you updates as fast as we can get them in to our newsroom, to our media room, and back into the studio. But for the time being, I'm going to send it back to Megan and Marissa over at the news desk. Guys?
Thank you, Rob. This is starting to get a little bit more interesting now. We're starting to see some more polls coming in, so it's definitely keeping on top, and it's getting getting crazier.
You know, the East Coast is pretty much shutting down all their polls for tonight, so those results are going to be coming in throughout the hour. We're definitely going to be keeping an eye on Ohio. Pennsylvania is another swing state that we're looking at. So we're also keeping an eye on everything going on the social networking sites, such as Twitter.
We can see you tweeting too, so make sure you're using that hashtag OzLive2012. So all of the tweets are coming in right now, and we're trying to process them. There's a lot coming in. But right now, another update on the polls. CNN just reported that Romney is looking like he's going to be taking,
We are actually,
is it filming? Yeah.
Who is in Syracuse at the Democratic Convention, and we are going to hopefully be hearing from Democratic candidate Dan Maffei relatively soon.
Yeah, hopefully he'll be speaking soon. So let's send it over there with Adam.
We're back here at Pencil Beans Restaurant just outside Syracuse, New York, right here at the Democratic headquarters. You see a lot more people are starting to fill in here as the night progresses. Polls have just closed. We are joined now by Mark English, the chairman of the Onondaga County Democrats. Thank you for being here with us tonight. Your thoughts so far on this election?
Well, we're anticipating close races, especially the one you're most concerned with, which is the congressional race with Maffei and Burkle and Ms. Rosen.
And this being your first year at this position, this election definitely a stressful one, if you will, especially in that congressional one. How crucial, especially, is this congressional race between Maffei and Burkle to the Democrats of this region in New York?
It's very critical, and we've put a lot of effort into it locally, and in a very positive way, it's helped rally the party and bring us together. We had a rally at the Palace on August 30th with 500 people attended, and that helped unify our base, and everybody's very intent and unified around this campaign.
And right now, we don't know a lot as the polls just closed, but we will keep you posted as the night goes on. What's your anticipation for the rest of the election night?
Suffering. We anticipate a long evening. We think it's going to be close. Hope it isn't. We'd much rather tell you it was going to be a landslide. But I think ultimately we'll prevail. I think the people in the district realize that Maffei is more representative of their political ideals.
Okay, well, there you have it, folks. It's going to be a tight one till the end of the night, and we'll be here with you at Pat's Beans Restaurant in Syracuse, New York. Mark English, back to you guys.
Thank you, Adam. It's definitely a great time to see you get to speak with Mark English, and we're about to throw it to the social media room, but we're actually gonna send you with Anne-Marie Burkle right now, because at the Republican headquarters we have Patrick Kavlin, and he is said that Anne-Marie Burkle will be going on stage any minute now.
Any minute now. Things are definitely starting to heat up in Syracuse between the Republican and Democratic conventions. So this is going to be a very, very interesting race to
I'm interested to see what she has to say, and then interested to hear what Dan has to say too, Dan Maffei.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be hearing directly from him later in the night. Actually, this election, the 24th district election, is one of the most highly funded races going on in New York right now, and it might actually be one of the most highly funded races in the country.
And it's so close to us here in Oswego, so
yeah,
it's very cool.
Right here in Syracuse. We are taking a look at some of the polls coming in. We have an update from the New York Times that gives President Obama 94 electoral votes and Governor Romney still at 76. So we are definitely going to, more projections are coming in. Once again, the polling sites are closing down on the East Coast, so we will be seeing more of those as they get those situated and bring in more of those.
Something I'd actually like to focus on is the impact that Hurricane Sandy is going to have on these polling stations. Like, this is definitely going to show that we have less people coming out and less turnout for voters on the East Coast. I mean, there's just, I know in New Jersey and on Long Island and in the city, in New York City, we have so many polling stations that were shut down. So we're definitely going to see a change, I think, in where the popular votes go for each presidential candidate.
Yes, and you know, I mean, people right now, after the hurricane, I mean, their homes are destroyed, they have no place to live, they need to get food. Honestly, a presidential election in general is just not the first thing on people's mind, but you are still seeing a high turnout in these areas, which I think is really inspiring to see people who are still taking the initiative as a U.S. citizen to go out and vote tonight despite everything, all the hardships that these people have been through.
Especially because we were without power in New York State, a lot of New York State and a lot of New Jersey, without power, without anything. So it's inspiring also to see, like, to be able to get on the internet or to go out and make sure that they casted their vote. It's really nice.
Absolutely, to be able to organize that and still, despite everything that has happened, to still be able to organize voting places, voting locations, and people getting their ballots out.
That really takes America working together. So,
so we are going to once again check out what is happening on Twitter and Facebook with Anthony Hill.
What's it looking like over there, Anthony?
All right, hey guys. Well, if you're just tuning in, we are live from the Oswegonian newspaper's headquarters. We have retrofitted this fine place to be our social media hub where we are checking Facebook, Twitter, and Tumblr for the latest information and see what people are thinking, what they're feeling, and see what the basic sentiment of the country is via social media. We do have some news, however. We're talking about exit polls and poll places closing, but earlier today, people had to take to those polls, and we have reports of long lines in multiple states and also Burkle machines. Joining me right now is Paula Longway, and she's following one of our social media. Thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing me on.
No problem. So can you tell us a little bit more about the long lines and broken machines?
Yeah, in Florida, they're just hours long of lines, like 2, 3, 4 hours even of long lines. So potential voters are just walking away. They're giving up. They don't want to wait in the long lines to vote.
And that can be a problem, too, because that means that these voters who are discouraged because of the long lines, they're essentially not being counted because of it.
Exactly.
Wow.
That could hurt.
It definitely could hurt. It kind of minimizes the electorate there. You have reports also, you were talking to me about broken machines.
Yes. In Pennsylvania, they had to recalibrate 2 machines for 2 cases because the machines they were voting for the president and it came up incorrectly. It was saying different answers.
So the latest information we have is that when voters went to the polls, they would vote for President Obama, but then the computer would switch it to Mitt Romney.
Right.
The latest information we have so far is that some of those machines, or I believe it was one machine, we're not exactly sure yet, so we can't confirm that. But that one machine that was inaccurately placing that vote has been taken out of commission. And wow, it's interesting. It's interesting to talk about stuff like that. Do you have any other news?
That's it for now.
That's it. Thank you so much, Paula Longway. Thank you so much. All right, I'm Anthony Hill from the election headquarters, social media. I'm going to send it back to you guys for more news and updates.
Thank you, Anthony, for that. Now we're taking a look actually at some more of the electoral votes coming in. And it shows that the states that are going to be going to Romney are Texas with 38 electoral votes and Louisiana with 8. So that's what we're looking at right now. And Obama seems to be winning New York with 29 electoral votes. And CNN just showed us that.
CNN is saying that he has won New York. Not a real big surprise there.
Yes, we were expecting that.
Also coming out of New York, Gillibrand is projected to win the Senate race. So big news there for the Senate race in New York. Right now, we are getting a New York Times update on the electoral votes. It is showing Obama at 110 and Romney at 142. So right now we are waiting to hear from Anne-Marie Burkle, who is expected to speak at the Republican headquarters
She's
any
holding
minute
us
now.
in suspense
she
right
is
now.
Keeping us
We're
in
waiting.
suspense. Absolutely.
We're ready to throw it to Patrick whenever we
Patrick
can.
Havlin is there, keeping us updated and gathering all the information that he can on the 24th Congressional District race. So hopefully we're going to be hearing from her soon.
Yes.
But still, you know, good things coming out of the social media room.
Yeah. But, I mean, I guess for the time being, we can send it back to the Roundtable with Olivia Eugenio.
All right, thank you, you two. We are now going to start talking about Obamacare. So we're actually going to get to what May and Marissa really wanted us to touch on. So if you guys would.
Well, it's been a big fixture of this campaign. The Affordable Care Act really passed with through the Democrats, Republicans being in opposition to it. There's several features that Governor Romney has promised that he would seek to repeal if elected. So there are real issues about the availability of health care and issues of pre-existing condition, the mandate that everyone have health insurance, and whether or not we'll get universal coverage, particularly people with serious health conditions that aren't getting coverage through their employers. The future of their coverage would certainly be uncertain under a Romney election relative to an Obama election.
Well, and the Affordable Care Act is something like 1,400 pages long. And when you call it Obamacare, that's one little quiet little word that people think they know what it means and they're for it or against it without really being familiar with it at all. Most of what's in the Affordable Care Act was proposed by the Heritage Foundation in 1994, hardly a liberal group. Robert Dole ran on in 96, and Governor Romney put in place in Massachusetts. So I know Obama thought if he patterns health care after what the Republicans wanted, he'd get their support. But of course, he got none of their support at all, which in some level is probably quite surprising.
I've heard that criticism from a large number of people saying that Obamacare, and I'll refer to it as such because, well, you know, Obama refers to it as such, that like the Republicans issued a very, very similar bill, also that Romney instituted a very, very similar program in Massachusetts, and now he's against it. However, my reaction to that would be is that, you know, party platforms change. It's just the nature of the the election season. You know, they become more conservative, or you know, a Democratic Party can become more liberal, and the argument being that Obama's picking a very, very centrist position for the Affordable Care Act. However, from my own point of view, I take a very, very individualistic approach to this. As far as personally speaking, I see myself as a very, very healthy 22-year-old, and I don't think I should have to have, you know, government, you know, tell me that I need health care, or even such to the point that, you know, there should be regulation of the healthcare industry to the point such that it's not what our country was based on. And yes, I know that over the centuries and over the decades, that the role of government changes, it evolves, that the Constitution is an evolving document. It's not set in stone. However, there is nowhere in the Constitution that allocates that government be responsible for the health care of its people, the well-being, militaristically speaking.
The Constitution doesn't allocate a lot of things, hence the necessary and proper clause that allows the government to take these roles. I don't know that this is a constitutional issue. It's really an issue of, essentially, I mean, you were concerned about small business mandate.
Right.
Small businesses hit with double-digit health premium increases every year. It's not sustainable. It's just not sustainable. And we're talking about deficits, but the bottom line is we pay twice as much for healthcare than Canada relative to GDP, and we're no healthier. In every single measure of health, we're no healthier than other industrialized countries that are spending less of their resources. And if we could actually get to that point, then I think we could give the tax breaks maybe to businesses that we talked about. So the fact that we waste a lot of resources on healthcare without seeing a lot of benefit. I mean, the objection to this government role is interesting because really if you think of Medicare, Medicaid, federal employees, and military families, the federal government's already in the healthcare business for a lot of people in this country. A lot of people. And the 22-year-old healthy one who thinks that nothing bad's going to ever happen to him grows up into a 39-year-old woman who gets told she has cancer. And once you're a cancer survivor, you will never get health insurance on your own under the old system.
I agree with that. my own personal opinion, and of course I'm sure you've figured out, I lean fiscally conservative. However, it's all about taking individual responsibility for yourself. I'm a 22-year-old healthy person right now. I believe that if a person is smart about their finances and their resources, they don't need government intervention as far as health is concerned. We have the best.
Catastrophic. I mean, it's really. I think you don't really understand the true health implications there. A 22-year-old healthy person, and this is the controversy, should because many of the uninsured are young, healthy, recent college graduates who can't find affordable health care. So they wing it. So they take the chance that nothing bad will happen to them, and it probably won't. They're probably right. But the fact is, you need young, healthy people paying in, so as people age and they use more health care resources, that entire pool can be covered. And that's really the issue with Obamacare. You need, in order to get universal coverage and to accept people without pre-existing conditions, you really have to have a mandate that everybody be insured, because if you don't, the healthy 22-year-olds like you would opt out, only the sick people would opt in, and no one would get health care. Economists call this adverse selection,
but
and
also,
it's a very important part.
But also touching on the fact that, is it the responsibility to businesses to allocate that to businesses?
Well, it's not. Businesses are not required to offer health insurance right now. So it's not actually under this law, it's not a mandate. There's an individual mandate. So if you work for an employer that doesn't offer health insurance, then you're going to have to buy it on your own. And there's subsidy plans and risk pools plan to help people buy it on their own, but that mandate is actually an individual mandate for health insurance. It's not coming on employers. The employer system affects U.S. global competitiveness. You know, auto makers here in the United States, they have a hefty health insurance bill with an aging workforce and a bunch of retirees. Guess what? Overseas auto manufacturers don't have that because they have a different system.
And there was a letter to the editor in the local paper of a middle-aged couple where the woman was recovering from cancer. Her case looked very good, and then she was put on medication that her insurance wouldn't cover, $2,000 a month. And so the husband said, what are we to do? They take up collections, they're doing whatever they can, and they went to the doctor, they went to the hospital, they did all these things, and it looks as if she has a matter of months and she won't have medication. Now, you're a healthy 22-year-old, that's wonderful, but what if you get married at 25 and you have a little girl or little boy and you're 30 years old and God help us, she or he recovers from cancer, say from leukemia. The average bill is $1.8 million.
Right,
now,
and I think that's what John's saying.
I was going to say that kind of money, but most people don't.
You can do everything right. You can do everything right. But you're really one catastrophic health diagnosis away from bankruptcy. And I say this as a middle-aged person in a household, a two-income household, two professionals. I have a PhD in economics. I do everything right. Precautionary savings, insurance, everything. But I actually know from my health history, I am one catastrophic diagnosis away from financial Armageddon.
I work at a going on to, is this an essential part of the American business? Will we lose medical professionals because they are not allowed to be in their own business? It is regulated by the government.
Well, HMOs already do that. I mean, HMOs already have let you go into the plan. So the fact is, what we've avoided to do as government, private markets have done. HMOs have bargained with doctors and say, you can only charge this much. You know, you may charge $140 for exam. We're only going to pay you $70. Whether, and if you don't like it, you can't be in our HMO. So in other words, the private market's already moved in and done a lot of things that we've been unwilling to do as a government. They've set the price. Doctors will tell you they're very squeezed. Primary care doctors are very squeezed over what an insurance company will pay. And incidentally, Romney proposes to get cost under control for Medicare by squeezing what they pay doctors, which is exactly what HMOs are doing too. And that is really the issue of whether or not doctors decide to pursue medicine, decide to stay in the career, and whether or not we'll have the provision of services. If you fix the price too low, there will be a shortage.
I just wanted to bounce off what Dr. Smith was speaking about before. And should something really catastrophic happen to me where I don't have the financial resources to pay for some horrible ailment that myself or a very close family member might have. Back home, I work for a great company, TGI Fridays, waiting tables. And when I got hired there, they asked me if, you know, once every paycheck, if I'd be willing to dole out $3 toward this private investment. I'm like, oh, what's that about? In short, simple terms, If something horrible would have happened to somebody, medical related, who works for the company, they're just unable to do it, that's where that money goes. I think that it's an example, though maybe a little removed from what we're talking about, but private institutions have a role. If you are well connected, say in your church or in non-government related aspects, same thing. Where if you walk into an emergency room and you're dying on the spot, you're gonna get coverage, and paying for that. There are ways. There's always hope in private institutions. That's my belief. I don't think you need
does the wealthiest nation in the world rely on chicken barbecue fundraisers to treat its leukemia patients? That doesn't really seem to be good public policy to me. That doesn't really seem to be the way we should go. But clearly people do, and I think that's a position that's out there, that you rely on private charity, that this isn't a government role, that we help each other through that way, through volunteer, not through the mandate. And I do think Romney and his supporters have a big objection to this mandate, all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ruled that this mandate was more like a tax, and if the government has the power of the tax, they have the power to mandate.
All right, so we are actually going to send it back to Marissa and Megan. So you guys, if you would take it over for me.
Thank you so much, Olivia. We have some breaking news coming in. Back in 2010, the Republicans seized control of the House. Well, according to ABC News, they are going to stay in control of the House.
This will be this is very interesting for the next 4 years for the presidential election. This is definitely going to have a big toll on what happens for especially these next 2 years, because the Republicans are going to be in again. So depending on who gets in, this could be a very Republican run country, or we could have a split between the Republican House and a presidential candidate who's Democratic. So we'll see.
Absolutely. You're going to have to definitely see, working across that line that is constantly talked about in politics, that political line, that political division that people have really been stressing about, saying, that's why we can't get anything done, is because it is so divided.
And to have people work together, like the president and the House, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes.
Absolutely. Well, Republicans will be in control of the House. However, we do have a big congressional election going on in the 24th District between Anne-Marie Burkle and Dan Maffei. We're waiting right now to get information on that.
I think we're actually going to send it to, we're going to take a look in a little bit at the Dan Maffei.
Very soon, very soon.
At the headquarters in Syracuse.
They are both keeping us in suspense. And another area that's keeping us in suspense during this election is Ohio. I know we haven't really been hearing much about Ohio and where their polls are showing right now. They should be coming out with some information soon.
Right now we're looking at Florida is coming in as it's very close right now with 50-49 Romney. So, I mean, that's so close that we're looking at a tie pretty much.
And these are the two biggest swing states that the President Obama and Governor Romney have been fighting for.
Very important states.
Yes, Florida holds the most electoral college votes out of the swing states, followed by Ohio. So they're extremely close right now.
And then we also have North Carolina coming in with 51-49 Romney, and Virginia 51-47 Romney.
Yes,
so
and that is
also some things to keep in mind too.
North Carolina is showing 68% of their polls in, and Virginia is at 45, so a little less than half from Virginia right now.
So, I don't know about you, but I'm really in suspense here, waiting to hear what's going on with Dan Maffei and Anne-Marie Burkle, because I mean, I'm just like, we keep thinking that they're going to start talking, and then they haven't given their speech yet. So,
well, it's been a huge race. It's constantly been covered. I know in this area we've been, bombarded by Dan Maffei and Anne-Marie Burkle ads. So it's definitely been in the eye of this area, and it's really going to be a deciding factor for what kind of gets done in the area of Oswego County and Syracuse area.
And it's definitely even more of a personal effect when you're looking at Syracuse versus like the President of the United States. It's such a big race, and it's for the whole country, but this is happening right here in Syracuse. So we almost feel as if it's on a more personal level. It's so localized.
Absolutely. And we are showing that right now 68% of polling sites are accounted for. So those are slowly coming in.
Yes.
According to CNN, Romney has 152 electoral votes, and Obama is holding 123 so far in the race. Once again, only 68% of polling sites are being accounted for, so this is not an official result yet, but we are still waiting to hear as those slowly come in.
Okay, so now let's take a look at what's going on at the Democratic headquarters with Adam Repsick. Oh, but first we're actually going to take a break.
Election Night 2012, live from Oswego, is brought to you by Mark's Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. C's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7 3rd Avenue across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York, at 315-207-2002, and The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 315-343-1968. You're watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
And welcome back. So when I was just saying how Ohio is keeping us in suspense, well, they're breaking that a little bit. They are showing 54 Obama and 45 Romney, with only 33% reporting right now.
And we're going to look at more of the election polls. We're going to send it over to Rob in a little bit because we're still waiting on we're still waiting for Dan Maffei to give his speech. So.
Oh, yep, we're still waiting for Dan and Anne-Marie Burkle. Yes. But those will be coming in shortly, so please stay with us. We will have that momentarily.
So let's take a look at your election updates with the polls with Rob Camille.
Thanks, guys. Back at the wall over here, we just had some new numbers come in that are going up on the board right now, as a matter of fact. Couple projections just came in from some of those states that closed their polls between the hours of 8 and 9 p.m. that just came into us here. Let me see if I can get those for you. NBC News reporting that Pennsylvania with 20 electoral votes is going to Obama. New York, 29 electoral votes also to Obama. New Jersey with 14 and New Mexico with 5, all going to Obama. Now, at the same time, more projections have come in that give some more votes to the Romney campaign, including Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota right now. So 4 states in the Midwest and 4 states in the Northeast, each going to different candidates. Now, another thing that I want to touch on, actually, I just looked at another report from the Miami Herald, kind of a more local spin on one of our swing states in Florida. They've basically been saying that Obama is currently leading Romney by just over 1,000 votes, with 78% of the polls in right now. 1,000 votes in the state of Florida, 29 electoral votes at state. So you can kind of get a sense of how close this race is right down to a local level. At the same time, we just had another state come in that has been a big battleground, Romney's home state of Michigan. Currently too close to call at this time, but last numbers that I looked at, 13% of the polls reporting Obama had a 51 to 48% lead over Mitt Romney in the state of Michigan. So once again, just to recap, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and New Mexico going to President Obama. Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota going to Mitt Romney, and Michigan, Ohio, Florida, North Carolina, and Virginia still too close to call at this time. I'll be back in just a little bit with another electoral update, but now I'm going to send it back to the news desk with Megan and Marissa. Guys?
Thank you, Rob. We're very interested to see what's going on with those polls because they really do predict what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
But it is interesting to hear that only 68% of these polls or these polling places are being shown
counted
right
for.
now, so.
Sure. I mean, but you're still waiting for the West Coast.
Yes.
They are 3 hours behind. When you go out to California, 3 hours behind. So we're still waiting for to see what's going to be happening in the West Coast. But 1,000 votes in Florida is so close.
Yes.
It's unbelievable how tight this race is and how key those swing states are going to be in deciding who the next president of the United States is going to be.
This really is such a close race, and we feel like we're constantly getting new updates on 51 to 49, and those are such tight numbers. So.
It seems like the numbers that have been highlighted in this race for the last week is 51-49, going back and forth at one point 49-49, so you haven't really seen anyone just completely pull ahead where anyone can be really sure in where this race is going to go.
So next, I think we're going to take it with Anthony Hill in the social media room, because we're very interested on seeing how Twitter is doing right now. And so why don't you tell us what's going on, Anthony?
All right, hey guys, from the social media headquarters in the Oswegonian newspaper. Earlier, Paul Longway reported on long lines in Pennsylvania and Florida. Since we're talking about voting and people who had to stand in those lines, Professor of Broadcasting Risenthaler is standing with me right now, and you said that you used to live in Florida and you have some friends who had to wait in some of those long lines. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
That's right. Yeah, as a lot of people know, I just moved up here from Florida last year, and I still have a lot of friends on Facebook who have been talking about the election, and just in the last few days I've seen this is particularly a problem for early voters, and a couple of my friends reported that they had been waiting for 5 or 6 hours to vote, and you know, fortunately all of them sort of stayed in line, but you have to wonder how many of those people who are waiting 5 hours to vote are actually not gonna wait that long.
And did your friends tell you that they saw people leaving the lines because they were discouraged, or they saw people leaving the lines?
Yeah.
You said that the reason why they've pretty much limited the early voting is to make sure, you were talking to me about this earlier, to make sure that a certain demographic doesn't vote. Right. Can you talk more on that?
I mean, the issue is in Florida, as in most states, but in Florida, certain segments of the population tend to vote early, right? And in 2008, a lot of those segments voted for Obama. So right now in Florida, there's a Republican governor and a Republican House and Senate. And so what they did, it's a little bit of political gamesmanship, is they changed the early voting laws in Florida to lessen the amount of time that people who wanted to vote early could vote, right? So obviously this is going to affect people who want to vote in Florida early. Those are the people who in 2008, a lot of these groups went for Obama. So obviously the Republicans are sort of, you might say they're trying to play a little bit of a dirty trick there for the early voting results. It's obviously had an effect in Miami for some of the friends that I was talking to.
All right, Professor Risenthaler, thank you so much for your time. And
Sure.
as you can see, if you go onto any social media networking site, you'll see pictures and even some reports of people seriously waiting in line for over 6 hours, and some people even getting discouraged and actually leaving, not even voting. So we're going to stick on that. Like I said before, we are in the social media room where we are monitoring Facebook, we are monitoring I was going to say MySpace, not even. MySpace, remember MySpace? We are monitoring all sorts of social media outlets, and as we get information, we will get it to you guys. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Anthony and Professor Risenthaler. Right now, we're going to take a look at a couple of posts for the electoral votes by NBC. And North Carolina at 72% is reporting 51 Romney and 48 Obama. Virginia at 47% is reporting 52 Romney and 47 Obama.
And once again, Florida is absolutely tied at 50-50 with 81% reporting. And Ohio with 36% of their ballots in is reporting 53 for Obama and 46 for Mitt Romney. And we have some big news at, let's see, it's 9:38 right now. Obama is leading with 158 electoral votes and Romney with 153.
Mm-hmm. What I'm really interested is on is Florida actually right now with the whole 50-50. They're just, they refuse to budge one way or the other.
They
We're
do,
just trying
and
to
with
figure out where
so
they're
many,
going.
I mean, 81% of their votes in, and they still are tied at 50-50.
It's so close.
I mean, it could be a tie. It could end in a tie.
Yes.
With only 19% of their ballots missing right now.
Yeah, they're definitely ahead. Florida's in the lead for getting in the most votes right now, because we have Florida at 81%, North Carolina at 72%, and then Virginia at 47%. Ohio is actually, we're most interested to see what's going on with Ohio because it's such a big swing state, but only 36% are in.
So right now we are going to send it over to our roundtable discussion to get their ideas on the polls coming in and anything else.
What's it looking like over there, Olivia?
All right, thank you, Marissa and May. What I really want to talk to you guys about is the Electoral College, because there has been throughout the news over the past week the possibility that Romney could win the popular vote and that Obama could win the electorate vote. So if you guys would like to first introduce yourselves and then go into discussion. Thank you.
Dr. Smith, professor of communication studies. I think one of the greatest myths that Americans suffer from is that we live in a democracy. The founders of the country were absolutely opposed to it. Alexander Hamilton said, "Always remember the people, sir, are a great mass." So the House of Representatives until 1912 was the only body that was directly elected. They were afraid of popular opinion. They were afraid of having popular leadership. They wanted people to do the right thing, and so therefore the Electoral College was developed so that there would be some controlling of the masses of people. So you needed a wider perspective to be president and more than just popular support. We're a republic, not a democracy.
Go ahead.
I'll go then. So I think while it's possible that we have as popular an electoral split, I actually don't really think it's likely the way polls have swung, particularly since Hurricane Sandy. So particularly since Hurricane Sandy and the surge, I don't know if that split is likely, but it's always been possible. It's always been possible. But we don't elect our own president, and it's state-by-state winner-take-all. And the state-by-state winner-take-all really begins to affect policy once leaders take office, because states with those electoral votes in the winner-take-all system really get a lot more attention. My family drove back to the Midwest for a trip this summer, and I drove through Ohio. I don't think it's a coincidence that every interstate and overpass was new. Brand spanking new. I don't think that's a coincidence. It's a swing state, and that's where the money's going. And so Florida, Ohio, they're going to get that attention. States like New York and California, where the fix, where they believe it's in, and the fix is in terms of the registered Democrats versus Republicans, they're not going to get the same attention. So it really affects policy, economic policy, fiscal stimulus. In terms, we talked about the fiscal stimulus in the last time we were together. And so that really affects that policy because politicians are going to spend it in the states where they think they'll get the electoral bang for their buck.
David Moody, Dr. David Moody, and I am assistant professor in the Department of Communication Studies. I think Romney may win the popular vote. I've said that all along, but that's not how we elect our president. That's the bottom line. And for me, some of the key things that I'm looking at, being from Ohio, still having a home in Ohio, that happens to be obviously a state of interest to me, which no one has said, we know that he's leading, Obama is leading in Ohio, but I'm curious to know what counties have reported. I mean, the key counties are Hamilton, Cincinnati, Franklin County, Fort Columbus, Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland. And I don't think Cuyahoga County, off the top of my head, has even come in yet. So that could widen his margin that he has. I think, though, even with the Obama camp, is that he could win the electoral vote, okay? But it's still going to be problematic if he loses the popular vote, because there is a message that has been put out there. And what does that say now going forward, trying to cross both sides of the fence and get the Senate as well as Congress to work together so we can continue moving forward and have some of these policies passed. The governors have a right to push money back. Ours did in Ohio. Kasich, who was a Republican. So, there was money that was given to the state, over $400 million to do a fast speed rail system, and Kasich kicked that money back to the federal government. Because Ohio's a swing state, perhaps, maybe yes, but that was done throughout the country. So if these states are taking the money, they're taking it for a reason, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so we will get back to this, but we're actually going to send it to May and Marissa over at the news desk. Guys, what do you have for us? Well, actually, I had read a poll online that said if it were not to go to 270, that in the Constitution, it says that the House would vote for the president and the Senate would vote for the vice president. And how ludicrous of a ticket would it be to have Romney as president and Joe Biden as vice president? I think that would be so comical.
That's a state dinner I'd like to attend.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Absolutely. That'd be a lot of fun.
I think it would be hysterical. I'm interested, we'll discuss this afterwards, but I really want to discuss the possible amendment to the Constitution if it were to result in another
Well,
split.
if with a split, it might have an impetus for an amendment, but constitutions are hard to amend. Our founding fathers, in their wisdom, made it very hard to amend this Constitution. And I don't know that big states want to give up their role of that winner-take-all system and their attention.
Exactly.
So I think it would be very hard to get the supermajority to amend the Constitution to change the Electoral College. I think governing could be a problem if we get that popular split with electoral split. But we already have a split Congress. I think it's very likely we're already facing a split Congress and a new administration. Obama's not going to really have the mandate, or Governor Romney, either way, because the election's going to be very close, and you're going to have that split House and Senate. So governing is really going to require a consensus. It's going to require some consensus building and some cooperation that we haven't seen. I'm not really optimistic that we're going to see more of it, regardless.
But remember, George W. Bush assumed he had a mandate. He acted as if he had the large majority of people supporting him. I saw nothing in the first 4 years of Bush that would indicate that he would have difficulty being a minority president. That is not losing the popular vote. He just assumed he was president, and he proceeded to get us into 2 wars and do all kinds of interesting things we're still paying for.
But do you guys think that because this is the second election out of the past few, that to have the potential to not have the popular vote really correlate with the electorate, do you think that will cause legislation or a push from the American population to switch the legislation?
I honestly don't think so. As my colleague in economics has said, when the Constitution was put together, it's very, very difficult to amend that, and even to change that regulation. Would California, New York, Illinois, etc., want to give up the power that they have? And would you want to live in the biggest popular states when you're going to have a president chosen by Nebraska and Kansas and Utah and Wyoming?
I guess what's on the table though now, I don't even think we're going to be going down that road. And I think it's something that we're not going to have to worry about. I mean, obviously we know that.
All right, I am actually going to wrap this up. We're going to send it to May and Marissa. Marissa, take it over for us.
Thank you, Olivia. We're actually going to send it right now to the Anne Marie Burkle headquarters in Syracuse with Patrick Kavlin.
Running for the Senate, a crushing vote for Linda McMahon tonight.
All right, thanks, guys. I am joined right now by the Onondaga County Republican Committee Chairman right now, Tom Dady. Tom, thanks for joining me right now. So we're here again at the Burkle headquarters, and this has been a pretty long race for you guys, hasn't it?
It's Republican headquarters here tonight. All our candidates are here, but the hotly contested congressional race, New York 24, which now includes part of Oswego County, is the race that everybody's watching here locally.
Right, and anyone that has been watching it knows that this has been a close race, really from the get-go, particularly with, I mean, it's just been neck and neck the whole way through. And did you see any change after the debates?
Well, you know, this was a close race 2 years ago. The redistricting changed a little bit where we picked up part of Oswego County. We anticipated it was going to be a close race. When you think about the 435 congressional races across the country, this is either a top 5, top 10, top 15 race. We knew it was going to be close, and we're waiting to see what the results are, and we're very optimistic that Anne Marie Burkle will be reelected tonight.
Now, do you anticipate getting a boost? How do you anticipate the addition of Oswego County influencing the outcome of the race?
It's Oswego County's new to the district, and Anne Marie has been up there quite a bit in Oswego County, and she's worked it very hard. I'm very optimistic that she will do well in Oswego County and the rest of the district.
Now, we remember back in 2010 when it was basically the same thing, and it's like a repeat all over again 2 years later now. Do you anticipate this being another election where we have to wait weeks to find out the results, or do you think one or the other will pull away?
It has the potential to be that. I mean, there's 20,000 plus absentee ballots that have been out across the 4-county district. It may be a couple weeks before we know if it's close. I'm optimistic that we're going to know tonight and Anne Marie's going to be victorious.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Tom. I really appreciate it. That's it right now from the Burkle headquarters. We're going to send it back to the desk, and we'll have some more interviews coming up later on in the hour. Stay tuned.
All right, thank you so much, Patrick. And now we are going to have more from the Democratic headquarters.
So, yeah, I'd like to see what Dan Maffei has to say, because it's nice to hear from Patrick what's going on over there. So it would be nice to have a balance, right?
Absolutely. So, Adam Rubsick, what is going on over there?
And we're back here at Pasabean's Restaurant, Casa Grande, right outside Syracuse, New York, at the Democratic headquarters for the 24th Congressional District. That's the biggest race we're talking about tonight. We're just going to break up some things going on for you right now. As you see behind me, we're almost full in this small room. A lot of people, over 100 now in here, consulting about this Democratic race, all supporters on the Democratic ticket. Over to the left, we do have a food line. People are getting their food and drinks over at the bar. Pizza and wings is on the menu tonight out at the Democratic headquarters. Recently, who we spoke to, Mark English earlier, just addressed the crowd and said he's confident in the races this year. He says the Democrats could clean house, and everyone seemed to be excited about that. There was a lot of cheers going on. Seems to be a little more rowdy in here as the night progresses. We did speak to the press secretary of Dan Maffei. He will not be here until he watches the results at home with his family. So he's staying there watching the results, and then he will come to the Pasabeans restaurant and greet this party, ready to greet him. Closest race in that congressional district we are focusing on, but other races we'll look into. Al Sturpey is the assemblyman looking to win that seat. He's in and out. He will be back here in a while. Also, Bill Manganelli was also in. He's among it. He ran unopposed as an assemblyman. He is here at the Democratic headquarters as well. Two big TVs behind me showing national results as President Obama just won Pennsylvania. The crowd went ballistic here. It was hard to even hear us talk back and forth. So it's starting to pick up here. Dan Maffei's not here yet, and Mark English is confident on the Democratic races this year. Back to you guys.
Adam, for that.
All right, now we're going to take a look at some of the electoral vote predictions we have coming in. And for Romney, it looks like we have Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota and North Dakota, Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, and Wyoming, bringing us to a total of 151 for Romney.
Okay, and for Obama, the states we have coming in for him are Vermont, Connecticut, Maryland, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Illinois, Maine, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, New Mexico, Michigan, and Washington, D.C., with a total of 149 electoral votes. We also have Ohio showing at 42% of ballots and 52% for Obama and 46% for Governor Romney.
All right, and now let's send it back over with Olivia at the round table.
Thank you, Marissa and Megan. I actually really want to let Dr. Moody finish his sentence. That was completely my fault.
Oh, that's okay.
A little bit, so.
Here's the thing. Who's going to take Florida? Who's going to take Ohio? Who's going to take Virginia, at least for me? Pennsylvania was also one I think that was on the fence that I was kind of concerned about, but it's been called for the president, so that one's there. Virginia, though, isn't going as what I thought it would go. I thought that was going to be a little bit closer in terms of what we're seeing now coming in, but leaning towards the president. I think I mentioned earlier that I'm happy, actually, the way Florida is going, okay? And then, of course, there's Ohio. So I think those are the game changers. I mean, you're looking at basically those four states. Let me say one other thing, too, though. As I've looked at this election this year, especially being from Ohio, especially what has taken place in that state in terms of what the Secretary of State has done. And I think the turnout is going to be large, and it's going to be large for one reason. That's because people are upset, actually, in terms of all the politicking that's been going on in terms of their opportunity for extended voting hours, time to vote. The lines, if you saw it on the networks today, have just been long. I mean, long. And they said, you know what, we'll stand in line as long as we have to because we want to have this opportunity to have our voice, have our say. So
continuing on with what you said about the politicking, there seems to be, this election in particular, a lot more mudslinging. Do you think that is just a characteristic of Romney and Obama, or do you think that is...
When you have money, excuse me, I don't want to cut you too off, but when you have money and as much money that has been spent advertising-wise, you can sling a lot of mud.
You can sling a lot of mud, but I think that's a myth that the politics have gotten nastier. Politics in the olden days could be very, very nasty. So I actually think that's a bit of a myth about how that this election is particularly nasty.
Who was it, Jefferson and
Burr and so
Oh,
on.
Yes, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Oh.
Jackson.
Oh,
you
it
know,
got
they
ugly.
attacked his
Yeah, it
wife.
got ugly.
They were actually going out hiring people just to slander each other.
Yes.
So.
Sure.
Yes.
Absolutely. So I don't think it's actually, and I think, you know, the media and instant communication both spread these things around, but they also fact check. They also provide a balance. So that instantaneous way of fact checking different things, of putting responses out on YouTube and letting them go viral that way.
Yeah.
You know, it's not really clear how those opposing forces really play out in terms of the mudslinging.
But it's interesting, though, the role social media has played. And obviously, I think most of us are Facebook people. But, you know, some of the things that have been said about both candidates that people are putting out there, all the negativity, and which is sad when you think about it. I mean, it really is. I mean, I've seen some ugly, ugly stuff, especially over the past, I would say, 4 to 6 weeks it's been put out there. And it's terrible.
Yes. Partly for me, this is probably though all elections tend to be nasty, this appears to me to really set a new low or a new high, depending upon how you look at it, that the fact that, frankly, Governor Romney can keep reinventing himself. And now that we have video, right, where somebody can show what he said as governor, and now he says, "Oh, I didn't say that. That's not me." I mean, how do you get away with that? And again, as I had said earlier, the people who are in the media have just let these fish out of the net. I mean, Eric Severide and people like that would never let them get away with that. But you know, you ask them just at the brink of learning what deductions will make $2 trillion over 5, and then he changes the subject, and Mr. Gregory let him do that, and they moved on. I mean, I just don't understand that. I really don't.
But we did also see in the debate with Candy Crowley how she wouldn't let Romney get away with it. It was she laid down the law.
Moderator makes a difference. I think the debates have shown the moderator made a big difference.
Makes a big difference.
This is the first time in the history of the country we are involved in a war, and the issue of war was never talked about. Was not talked about in a debate. Romney gave no press conferences at all. He only went to friendly Republican audiences like Bush did, and Obama, pretty much the same thing. Though Obama did go on O'Reilly and Fox News, and so they got away with saying so many things that really were inaccurate. The boundaries are wide, you know. I'm wide enough and done enough politics to know that 4 ounces of water in an 8-ounce glass can be either half full or half empty. I understand that, and you can make both arguments. But this has really gone well beyond the pale of that.
And do you believe the debate really made a difference this election, or especially with?
I think the first debate obviously helped Romney.
Yeah,
I really do.
Yeah.
Sure.
I really do. I think there was a picture of him that had been painted, and people actually had started to buy into that, his image. But I think that first debate really helped him, and people saw a different Mitt Romney. You know, and I got, you know, the man's a business guy. He knows how to run a business. He's been very successful at doing that, and I have to give him credit for it. I think, but there's other things that come into play here.
Well, see, for me, when somebody hits a home run, but they're born on second base, you know, I'm not quite as positive towards Mitt Romney. I mean, somebody that comes up and from home plate hits a home run like Obama did. Now, if you're born on second base, it's a little easier.
Yeah, but at some point you still have to cross home plate. So.
You do. You do. And
You
you have
do.
a lot of people help.
A lot of people get thrown out at second.
Sliding in the
Cardinals
third.
fan.
They get
Double
thrown out.
play, I mean,
That's
here-
right. There you go. Or they just stay at second base.
Yeah.
Well,
Get stranded there.
well, thank you,
Bunt.
all 3 of you. I have appreciated you guys coming on to this.
Very well.
You're welcome.
Thank
So-
you.
Be here.
I would love to send it back to Marissa and May. Girls, how's it looking like over there?
Well, thank you so much to everyone for coming here tonight and for staying with us and watching your political updates, and we hope you to continue to do so.
Coming up next, we will have Samantha Damasio and Mike DeWolf with your continued coverage of Election Night 2012. We're going to take a quick break.
didn't sign off.
Election Night 2012, live from Oswego, is brought to you by Mark's Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. C's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7 3rd Avenue across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York, at 315-207-2002, and The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 315-343-1968. You're watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
This evening, this is where the flurry of activity will be. We're at the Obama headquarters here in Chicago. We will see lots of supporters for the president packed into this very room, and at some point the president will take to that stage, either giving a victory speech or a concession speech.
Hi, this is Barack Obama. How are you?
President Obama is in Chicago today and still reaching out to voters. This as people are lining up at polling stations across the nation. For President Obama, months of campaigning all come down to today.
Are you fired up? Are you fired up?
A rousing and emotional speech in Iowa left the president with a tear in his eye and hearkening back to where he started promoting change in the 2008 Iowa caucuses.
We cannot be stopped. And after all we've been through together, after all that we've fought through together, we cannot give up on change now.
His dizzying tour across the country marks the end of an era for the president, his final presidential campaign. From Wisconsin to Ohio and Iowa, he focused not only on the undecided voters, but re-energized the loyal voters from 2008 to cast their ballot again.
It all comes down to you. It's out of my hands now. It's in yours. The single most powerful force in our democracy is you. Moving this country forward begins with you.
Per tradition, the president will play a game of basketball with his staff before ending his day at McCormick Place in Chicago, where he hopes for a repeat of that 2008 November night. Besides taking time to thank volunteers, the president also sat down for satellite interviews. He also spent time with family and friends. As for the vice president, he made a surprise stop in the very key state of Ohio before heading here to Chicago. Reporting from the Obama headquarters in Chicago, I'm Renee Marsh.
All right, and welcome back. If you're just joining us now, you're watching live election coverage 2012, provided to you by WNYO 88.9, the Oswegonian, and right here, WTOP 10. I'm Samantha Damasio.
And I'm Mike DeWolf. Thanks for joining us again. Continued coverage until at least 12 midnight tonight. Very close races going on so far. Taking a look at some of the polls, Maine is pretty even, 20% reporting. Philadelphia, or Pennsylvania's coming in, 20%. So some numbers coming in. Very tight race yet.
Both congressionally and presidentially. But first I want to say how great of a job Megan and Marissa did right before us. I mean, they were here for 2 hours and kept strong, and they were doing a great job with their updates, and the roundtable so far has just been awesome.
Absolutely. I mean, we've had professors, political science professors, economics, broadcasting, so we've had a little bit of everything that's going on so far, what's going on with the media, how the economy's shaping up, and just a general feel of how this next couple of years are going to be.
Very important information, and it's interesting to see, professors and students go at it. It's kind of, sometimes it was 2-on-1, but they're really holding their own. They're knowledgeable, and it's really impressive to see, how good of a job and how much they know and how passionate they are about, their opinions.
And absolutely. I mean, we saw Andrew Sanders sit up there for almost an hour with two professors and go, head to toe with them, right close with each other.
I know.
And it's just interesting to see how much the students know and the professors know.
Right, and they come out of it and they enjoy it. They're having fun, I mean, this election has been very contentious, and that's no surprise, why it's so close right now in the polls and everything. But I mean, I don't think we're gonna get too heavily, debated here, but it's so nice to have everybody in here, and hopefully all of you are following. We have a hashtag OzLive2012. We have Oswegonian, WNYO, and TOP members, constantly updating on poll results. So.
And yeah, we have the whole social media room, and what they're basically doing over there is they're taking the poll results, putting them on Twitter. So if you want to follow us, like Sam said, hashtag OzLive2012. But just to update you right now, Florida is 85% in, and it's 50-49. President Obama is leading right now, so it's very close.
And I mean, the percentage is constantly increasing. Some states only have 30%, but when it gets that high, I mean, you don't know,
Yeah, and also Ohio right now is also in the lead. President Obama is also in the lead at 51-47%. So there's a lot of swing states up in the air right now, very close. It's getting tighter as the night goes on. Ohio only 47%, and like I said before, though, Florida with almost 85%, and it's almost a dead race.
Yeah, Virginia, Ohio, North Carolina, Florida, all too close to call right now, but they are, the important states, and they're really going to be the deciding factor there. But as far as locally goes, Anne Marie Burkle and Dan Maffei, we've yet to hear from them, but I think we are going live, and we have our Patrick Kavlin and Adam Repsick over there who have got some great interviews in, though. And
yeah, and we also have Javon Henriquez down live at the Rock the Vote election party, who's just going to give us updates down there, as well as try to get interviews with a couple students to get their perspective, other than the students and professors that are here sitting on our round table.
All right. And that goes till midnight as well, correct?
Yes, that goes from 8 o'clock tonight until midnight, so we got another 2 hours with that down there. They're going to be just following the coverage down there, seeing what's going on. Just a bunch of students. It's really exciting to see how many students are involved in this year's election.
I was just going to say that the voice on this campus this year, really to get out there and vote, has been so strong, and I think it's had a lot of influence on the students. And they really got out there and voted.
Yeah, and actually we're going to go live down to the Rock the Vote party, and our own Sonny Goldbaum is standing by with more information on what's going on down there. Sonny?
Hi everyone, and welcome back to the festivities down here in the campus center. I'm Sonny Goldbaum, joined here with our civic engagement coordinator, John Zella. And John, I've seen the Rock the Votes all across campus this entire semester. Now, I just want to ask you to tell me, beyond appealing to the demographic of the young college students, what more have you guys been doing throughout this semester?
We've been tabling. We've had educational events throughout our Constitution Week and throughout the semester with film series with issues on both candidates. We've had Bruce Alschuler come talk about campaign finance. We've been tabling. I just had issues. Our blog has links on the issues to take quizzes and stuff like that. So,
great. Now, obviously, tonight is super historic night. What does it mean to you, as well as to all of the students here in attendance tonight?
As far as the demographic, I gotta think about that. That's a tough one. I think it's the election is really important. Hold on, I'm sorry about that. I really forgot.
Oh, it's all good. You can take your time.
Ask the question again if you could.
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to know what tonight means to you. As you know, I mean, it's a historic night.
In the background.
Oh, it's fine.
I think this is important that people are down here and being engaged and being together. I think celebrating democracy and being a part of something that's a bigger issue in Oswego and in the nation. I think this demographic is really important to reach, and Obama and Romney really try to hit that region. They both went to colleges. They both had stuff on YouTube and all over the news and try to hit this demographic. So I think it's important for the students to really be involved in that.
Absolutely. Any prediction of who's going to win tonight?
I really can't say. I think it's a lot of those swing states are going to be important, like they were just saying in your newscast. So I think it'll be close. I don't think we're going to have a distinct winner right away.
All right. That was John Zella. I'm WTOP reporter Sonny Goldbaum. We'll be back with more later on, but for now I'm going to send it back over to you guys.
And yet it just goes to show how involved the students are. Like we said earlier, all those students down there, SUNY Goldbaum's down there getting interviews with people. It's just really an enlightening experience to see how much the elections are.
Yes, very active in this year's elections, which is important. Your vote counts.
Absolutely. And I mean, looking again, we don't really have much more to come in on, but Ohio is still close, 48% now in, 51 for Obama, 47 for Romney. Florida still with 86% in now, 50 to 49 Obama still. So the swing states are leading a little bit towards Obama, but still a lot more to come in.
Right. And locally, I think Maffei is in the lead right now. As far as that goes, last I've seen it was 55% for Maffei, and Burkle had 33%. And right now, I think as far as the New York State Senate race, I think Kirsten Gillibrand is projected to win. So,
yeah, she's taken this whole race very, very strong lead going into this year's election. She's proved herself in the Senate over the last couple of years. So, yeah, like you said, it's very close down there with Maffei and Burkle, though. This has been one of the most funded races in the country for Congressional, millions and millions of dollars being spent on television ads. And just overall, it's just interesting to see how close and how big a local election can be.
the ads have been outrageous this year. I mean, I don't know if you noticed that it's been different than any of the other years, but I mean, it has been intense. Every other commercial, you know, it's, so I think we'll be kind of happy to see this.
And also, we have, we're going to be coming in with the exit polls coming in from the Mountain and West Coast. Obviously, we probably won't still be here when they come in, but the exit polls on the West Coast will close at 9 p.m. their time, midnight our time. So it's going to be interesting to see how big of a role states like Nevada and Colorado play during the next exit polls that are coming out.
Right. I mean, for us here, it'll be midnight by the time theirs are closing. So results are going to consistently keep coming in. We're going to be here, till 12, maybe a little bit longer. But, I mean, the results are going to be coming in all night. We might not have an answer until the morning, early morning hours.
And absolutely. I mean, Nevada is going to be critical. Colorado is going to be critical. So these states that we aren't going to be on the air for are going to decide this election. It's really interesting to see just how close it is this year. I know last week and earlier this week, CNN was predicting a tie, so you really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not a landslide by any means, that's for sure.
And we're going to actually send it to our live shot right now.
All right, thanks, guys. Again, back here reporting live from the Burkle headquarters here in Oswego at the DoubleTree. And with me right now, I have John Jensen. He is the, let me see if I can get this right, the Young Republican Chair for Onondaga County, and also the...
I'm a campaign manager for John Sharon. He's the Republican candidate for New York State Assembly in the 128th Assembly District.
All right, so this has been a busy month for you, busy last few weeks, right?
Very busy, very busy.
All right, so a few of the precincts are starting to report their numbers now. The polls just closed within the last, half hour. So you've been getting some of the numbers in. How is it looking so far?
Well, you know, it's looking good. As we expected, there's very high voter turnout. We were within 2,000 votes of our opponent, which is, good for us. But we still only have about 30% of our precincts reporting in our district. So, it could be a long night for us. But we're very enthusiastic. Our candidate, John Sharon's, worked very hard. He's gone and hit, thousands of doors all across Onondaga County. So we're pretty excited. And, I think that this could be a good night for us.
It sounds like it. Now you said you're within 2,000. Are you trailing by 2,000 or are you ahead?
We are trailing by 2,000, but it's hard to say what precincts exactly are reporting. I can say that we are very close in the district. It's a very competitive district. I think it is Democratic leaning. So to be that close this early in the night is good. And we really think that we can dominate. Also, there's a lot of absentee ballots out there. So it could be interesting to see how close we are as we go through the night and we get more information about where we stand in the district.
Now, I know voter turnout has been a huge issue across the country in congressional elections, all the way up to the national election. So, what do you think? What do you think about the turnout for you guys? Is it better than you expected? Do you hope that it could have been more? What do you think about it?
I think that Republican turnout is phenomenal. It's exactly what we expected. I think Republicans in Onondaga County are very excited about our ticket all the way from Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan right down the ballot to, our local candidates. And I think that, from what I've seen, Republican and Conservative and Independence Party voter turnout is very high. We're very excited, and I think people are very motivated. I've been working on, different elections. I worked with John McCain back in 2008, volunteering, going door to door as a college Republican, and there's just a different feeling about this year, and I think we're all very excited all across the country, especially here in Onondaga County. So I think it's going to be a good night for us here.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly no shortage of people here. I mean, this is a great turnout here. The room is packed down here. You can't really see too much with this shot, but certainly a great turnout. So let's turn to the Burkle campaign right now. This is Burkle's second time running against Dan Maffei. The last time around was back in 2010, as you all remember. It was a very close race. It came down to weeks, really, of counting the ballots. Do you expect a similar outcome this time around, or do you think the voter turnout will work in your favor?
I mean, I think voter turnout will work in our favor. People in our district, are I think, behind Anne-Marie Burkle. I believe Onondaga County is reporting already, and it's a very close race. But, we still have, the other counties that have to report, Cayuga County, which I think is going to be very strong for Anne-Marie. I think overall it's going to be a very good night for her. I think she will win by a much larger margin than last time, and we're all very excited for her race. And I think, she has really been great for our district over these last 2 years, and she's going to be great for our district over the next 2 years.
Now, Tom Dady, he was the chair for the county for the Republicans. He mentioned earlier that we were talking about the redistricting and how Oswego County, or at least a chunk of it, is now involved in this district. Do you think that will have any influence on the outcome of the election for Burkle? And if so, which way do you think it'll go?
I think absolutely Oswego County will come out strong for Anne-Marie Burkle. I mean, as well as we do down here, Onondaga County's unemployment rate is high, but Oswego County's is much higher. People up there are suffering. I grew up in upstate New York, and it's really time that we start bringing conservative principles to the area, and I think that people understand that Anne-Marie is qualified to bring business back to the area, to do what needs to be done to make sure that jobs come back to Central New York. And we're very excited to have Oswego County in the district, and I think all of those up in Oswego County have been working hard. We know that across the board it's been a very exciting year, and we think that Oswego County is going to add to Anne-Marie's victory tonight.
And right before we go, now we're going to turn to the national picture. Turning out to be a very close race, I think closer than some may have expected. Florida looking like another toss-up at this point. What is your prediction for Florida and for the rest of the nation?
I think Florida is going to go red, as will Ohio, and I am pretty confident that Mitt Romney and Paul Ryan will be the new president and vice president of the United States.
All right, thank you so much for your time. That's what we got here right now at the Anne-Marie Burkle headquarters. Again, we'll have more updates and numbers and interviews throughout the next few hours as a report here, but right now, we're going to send it back to the studio.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks so much, Pat. Sounds pretty loud over there, so it looks like they have a great turnout, a lot of high energy over there, and I mean, from what he says, they're expecting Anne-Marie Burkle to win by a landslide, but as of right now, polls are showing that Maffei is at 48% with Burkle only at 43%. So I'm interested to see how that'll turn out.
Yeah, and it really is a close race. We probably won't know tonight what that race is going to do, unfortunately. But again, the young crowd is showing out. Like Pat just had on that interview right there, that's the Young Republicans chair for Onondaga County. And it just goes to show you how much the younger crowd is coming out to vote year after year.
Yeah, and that's extremely important. And we were just discussing that earlier in there, how important it is for our generation to really get out there and have their vote and their say. Now we're hearing that Obama is leading in New Hampshire with 53% of the vote, and Romney only at 43%, and only 29% have been counted so far. So.
And actually to tell us more about the polls in the Electoral College and what's coming up, we're going to send it over to Rob Camille. So Rob, what's it looking like?
Thank Thanks a lot, Mike, and thank you very much, Sam, and good evening to everyone else out there. Rob Camille here, back at the wall with a quick Electoral College update. Just want to give you guys, kind of bring you up to speed a little bit with all of the electoral votes that have been cast so far. Since the polls have closed starting at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, the following states have gone in favor of Governor Mitt Romney. We have Kentucky with 5 electoral votes, Indiana with 11, West Virginia with 5, Tennessee with 11, Alabama with 9, Georgia with 16, South Carolina with 9, Oklahoma with 7, Arkansas with 6, Kansas also with 6, both of the Dakotas, South and North, with 3 electoral votes apiece, Mississippi with 6 electoral votes, Texas, the big winner for the Republican Party, 38 electoral votes in their favor, Louisiana at 8, and Wyoming with 3. Now, at that moment, we have given them a total of 151 electoral votes. That was before the top of the hour, before more polls started coming in. As we've been bringing you all of our updates right now, we had one more projection come in favor of the Republican Party, and the state of Utah, with 6 electoral votes, have gone in favor of Governor Romney. So once again, the state of Utah and its 6 electoral votes have been projected to go to Governor Mitt Romney. Now, on the other side of the political spectrum, we have President Obama and his victories across the country between all the states that have closed their polls between 7 and 10 o'clock this evening. Vermont, Connecticut, Maryland, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Illinois, Maine, Pennsylvania, one of the battleground states that have kind of been kicked off to the side in the discussion over Ohio and New Hampshire and Virginia and even Florida as well. But NBC News has projected that, and we have also projected as well, that Pennsylvania has gone in favor of President Obama. Also going to President Obama, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, New Mexico, Michigan, and Washington, D.C. Now, at the time, it was a total of 149 electoral votes. We've updated our totals now. As of about 5 minutes ago, we were tied, but again, the projection for Utah for Governor Romney, and now New Hampshire, as Sam just touched on, New Hampshire is now being projected to go in favor of President Obama, giving him 4 electoral votes. So as of right now, the total stands 168 to 166 in favor of Governor Romney. Now, as we look at our swing states a little bit more, we've been looking at namely Ohio, Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, and we used to go to New Hampshire, but now we're going to focus more on Iowa, another battleground state whose polls have just closed at the 10 o'clock hour. According to CNN, Ohio has 46% of the votes have 46% of the votes have been tabulated, and currently it stands 51% in favor of President Obama, 47% in favor of Governor Romney. Now, according to the Florida polls that have come in, 87% of the votes have been tabulated, and if you remember what I said earlier about the Miami Herald saying there was only about 1,000 votes in between them, how's this for numbers? Currently, right now, 49.7% in favor of President Obama, 49.4% in favor of Governor Romney. So, I don't know about you, but I could not ask for a closer race in the state of Florida. 0.3% difference between the two candidates. There has never been a closer race that I've ever seen, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people have seen in quite a while. Personally, me, in my own lifetime. Now, as far as the other elections we have going on, particularly closer to home, we've been focusing on the congressional race between Anne Marie Burkle and Dan Maffei. Latest polls coming in to Central New York as of 10:13 this evening, about 5 minutes ago, with 166 out of 427 voting districts reporting in, Dan Maffei has a 5% lead over Anne Marie Burkle, 48 to 43, and also a third-party candidate, Rosem, coming in with 8%. So as of right now, Dan Maffei looks to be in an early lead in the congressional race against Anne Marie Burkle. But as we get more of these numbers in for both the presidential race as well as the races back home, we will pass them on to you guys. But right now, I'm going to send it back to the desk with Mike and Sam. Guys?
All right. Well, with the polls coming to a close, results are just going to come in slowly throughout the night, and we'll be here again until 12. So we'll try and keep you updated as much as possible.
And yeah, we'll keep you updated as much as possible. And it really is looking like those western states that we haven't found out yet are going to be the key to the election. And another key thing that both President Obama and Governor Romney have touched on are social issues. And that's what our roundtable discussion is going to be about right now. Standing by is moderator Anthony Hill, Shannon Rosado, Professor Michael Rickey, and Jack Tieber. So guys, take it away.
Mike and Sam.
Good to see you guys. And this is the roundtable discussion. We're going to start with social issues. Social issues is important. Obviously, economics is important to the economy, but social issues has proven to be important also. We're going to start with women in particular. I want to start with you, Jack. Do you think that because Romney has arguably had some problems courting the woman vote, if you will, do you think that he has courted the woman vote? Do you think that women have come out to support Romney in the way that he needed them to?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you talk about, if you remember back to the debate, he talked extensively about how when he was governor of Massachusetts, how a lot of his cabinet was made up of women. So, and I've been seeing a lot of support for Romney as far as women are concerned. So I definitely think that the women are out there and rallying for Governor Romney.
Shannon, what about you?
I would have to respectfully disagree with Jack, actually. In Mitt Romney's campaign, he has shown time and time again that women equal rights for him. He's kind of setting us back. President Obama has brought this up before, that he's setting us back to the 1950s. In his value section of his own website, he's expressed disinterest in Planned Parenthood. He's expressed interest in defunding it. Paul Ryan has expressed time and time again that he does not believe in the Fair Wage Act for women, so he doesn't necessarily agree that we need to equalize the woman dollar. And just because Mitt Romney is filling his cabinet full of women doesn't necessarily mean he's fighting for women. He's doing this for he's putting on a face, essentially.
Can you comment on that, Jack? I mean, Shannon is saying that just because Mitt Romney came out with a binder and, picked a woman to be a part of his, work for him. I mean, what has he proposed to women to make them say, this is a candidate who will stand up for me and I should vote for him?
Right. Well, I think you're always going to see, a kind of, clashing there when it comes to the two parties. As far as that, to be honest with you, I really don't see where there is, a huge. There are women out there that support Governor Romney.
Of course there is. There always is. It's very evenly split. There's a lot of women that respect Mitt Romney for his policies. But the fact of the matter is that his campaign is antiquated. His beliefs are antiquated. He's basing a lot of his policies that he wants to pursue on his own religion. And that shouldn't be any place in the presidential
So what makes you say that? What makes you say that he's basing policies on his own religion?
Well, I guess spinning off of women's rights, he's expressed a lot of he is not supportive of the homosexual agenda. He does not agree with gay marriage. He's said that again on his values website. He's actually brought up the idea of writing into the constitutional amendment to ban gay marriage nationwide. So
we're going to get to that though. But what made you say that Mitt Romney's religion, as an effect of Mitt Romney's religion, somehow he doesn't support women, or it?
I'm not saying that his religion is making him not support women. Actually, the Mormon faith has a lot of support of women. That's not my contention at all. My contention is that a lot of Mitt Romney's policies. You know what? Originally, Mitt Romney ran away from Congressman Murdoch, who made the point that women. He got his foot in his mouth. He made a huge gaffe saying that the female body will find a way to expel.
If she's raped,
absolutely, yeah. Which is what you don't say. Originally, the Republican Party kind of ran away from him, and then recently, in recent weeks, Mitt Romney came back saying, maybe we don't necessarily agree wholeheartedly, but we will support this gentleman's contentions. We support his beliefs, and I mean that's a whole other discussion. How the Republican Party is staying way too much in their party lines, but I do not believe that Mitt Romney is fighting for the modern day women.
I want to bring Professor Ricky into the conversation. Where do you fall between these two people right here?
Well, I guess on this issue, I try to look at it somewhat objectively, and I think it's really hard to pinpoint exactly how Mitt Romney feels about women's rights, mostly for political reasons. If we listen to Mitt Romney 6 months ago during primary season, his message was significantly different than it is today, to some degree, in terms of how he's talking about these issues. When he was running during the primary season, he was trying to appeal to the base of his party, conservatives within his party, social conservatives, the Christian right in his party. And saying some things that don't necessarily gel well with people who advocate for women's rights or women who feel certain ways on certain social issues, whether it's abortion, whether it's who has the right to marry whom, et cetera, the list goes on and on. He needed to appeal to that population during the primaries. Now you've seen him kind of shift more to the middle as we reach the peak of election season here, and that's not surprising because he went from having to win his primary, appeal to the conservative base, and then reached the election season, and now he's trying to get those middle-of-the-road voters, those voters who may be undecided, who may be flipping a coin between him and President Obama to some degree. So he had to come back closer to the middle, and I think we saw that a lot, especially during the debates, where he was kind of backing off some of the more hardline approaches he took to certain topics during the primary season, and that's gotten him in trouble to some degree.
So how would Mitt Romney come and convey the message that I am better for you than Barack Obama is, especially Barack Obama, who his first legislation that he signed was the Lilly Ledbetter Act, which pretty much granted fair pay to females?
I think what we've seen Governor Romney tried to do in the last few weeks is kind of backtrack a little bit on his stance, and like I said, coming back toward the middle of the ring, so to speak, and we saw that in the debate. We saw him try to talk about how he wanted more women in his cabinet when he was governor. So he's definitely tried to make up some lost ground. But Cher probably said it best. If I could turn back time, he can't turn back time, and he can't take back the platform he was taking when he was running in the primary season. But he has certainly tried, and I think we really saw that turn start at the convention.
All right, Professor Ricky, quoting Cher on our election night coverage. We're going to be right back. We're going to talk about some more social issues. You are watching WTOP's coverage of the presidential election in conjunction with the Oswegonian newspaper and WNYO. Stay tuned.
Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. See's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7 3rd Avenue across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York at 315-207-2002. And The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 315-343-1968. You're watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
All right, welcome back. All right, so a couple updates for our local elections going on right now. Maffei is at 49% and Burkle is at 42%, and Rosom has just dropped out of the race. Anne-Marie Burkle is coming in within the next half hour, so we should be going live to hear from her, and we've been anticipating that all night, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see that Rosom dropped the race. With her having so much percentage, she had 8% when she dropped. And that's big for a third party coming into a very tight, highly funded congressional race like that.
Yeah.
And
Colorado is still too close to call at this point.
And again, we have all these updates coming in from across the country. These swing states are going to be so important yet coming up. So the election won't be decided until we hear from the western states. And again, Florida is just so tight that we might not know for weeks.
Well, according to the Huffington Post, both Obama and Romney are tied right now with electoral votes at 163. So.
And yeah, it's just interesting to see, again, how close this race really is. With the race being so close, the electoral being tied right now, it's going to be interesting to see if this is going to end up again like the race in 2000 with Bush and Gore.
That's what it's looking like at this point. Now we're seeing that Maffei is up 50% with Burkle at 41. So, and we're just waiting for Burkle at this point. Hopefully Pat can grab her, or she'll be speaking, and we'll hear that side of it.
And yeah, again, and as these electoral votes come in and the congressional race continues with just about half of the congressional races points in, it's going to be really interesting to see how the rest of the turnout is, because it's so close, because Maffei just took that 50%, he's now up to 50%, Rosen dropped out.
Within minutes.
Exactly. So it's just really interesting as to where this race is going to go in the coming hours.
All right. Now, this is Burkle's second time running against Maffei, too. Back in 2010, she ran against him as well. And that was a close race then as well.
And yeah, it's just really close. And it's interesting to see because Maffei was backed by Clinton and Cuomo. And with all this backing, it seems like he gained a little bit of ground in the last few weeks of the election with how much he's really put in to winning this race.
Well, right now that's showing in the polls. He's up 50% with her still at 41. So.
And it's just another update at the 10:31 hour. He's still at 50%. Burkle is at 41. Razem conceded again. 350 of the 427 districts have reported. So it's getting closer to the finish. We won't know. We might not know tonight, but it's looking right now like Maffei is in the lead and he might stay there.
All right, now we're getting updates that North Carolina is still too close to call in the presidential race. With 89% in, it's 51-48 Romney. And Colorado, it's with 58% in, it's 51-47 Obama. So we'll constantly have you updated. We'll be here until 12. We're anticipating a long night ahead of us. We may stay even a little bit later. But I mean, both of these races are just extremely close at this point. So.
And yeah, we actually have another update coming in from the Huffington Post. Obama is actually in the lead now with 173 electoral votes, and Romney still has the 163 mark. So going later into the night, Obama's starting to take a lead on Romney, but really we will not know until those swing states and the Western Coast states come in.
Yeah, and I think the House, they're projecting to, expecting them to keep control of the Republican side. So, and then the Senate was, neck and neck earlier when we were looking at that.
And yeah, it is looking like ABC News reported that they will hold the House. The Republicans will hold the House. Yeah. But then another projection.
As that usually is the case.
Yeah, and then another projection coming in is Minnesota's 10 electoral votes go to Obama. So that's projected there. So Obama's going to take a little bit more of a lead. But again, we will not know until those swing states and the Western states report later on in the night.
All right. Well, make sure you are still following us. It's hashtag OzLive2012. We have coverage here from WNYO, the Oswegonian, and WTOP. We've done, this has been a fantastic collaboration. We have students all around campus right now, all over Campus Center, in our media hub, and downstairs at Rock the Vote seems to have a great turnout as well.
And yeah, it's just really great to see the student turnout and the young people turnout this year. Again, we've looked at years past where the young people haven't really turned out as much, but in the last few years, it seems like this younger generation has really stepped it up and has really become a big part of the political spectrum.
I saw the Rock the Vote, campaigns out there every single day for the past, month or so. They've been extremely active, but I think we have another update coming in from the Democratic headquarters in Syracuse. So let's go live right now to Adam Repsick.
And we're here back at Pass the Beans. We are about to get an address from the mayor of the city of Syracuse, and then we will have her here live. Also, it is getting packed. Things are starting to get rowdy here as the Democratic Party, they're cheering after every state won on the national pool. There's also close races going on inside this district. So, as we say, a lot of people coming up now. On the podium again is Mark English, the head of the Democratic Committee. We'll keep you posted. We'll be right back with the mayor of Syracuse, Stephanie Miner. She'll be here interviewing us. We'll be right back.
All right, and thanks a lot, Adam. And again, it's really interesting to see how much this congressional race is really stepping into play. It's getting really close. As Adam said, Stephanie Miner is about to start talking. So it's going to be interesting to see how the night turns out for that 24th district.
All right. Well, we also want to see how the Rock the Vote is turning out downstairs. I think we're going to send it live to Sunny in a bit. They talked to a student that's been in charge of that before, and he had a lot of good things to say.
And yeah, it's really interesting down there. Tons of students are turning out. Again, it's just, to me, this is just very, very big that so many young people have turned out this year. It's a total 180 from previous years. I know in 2008, that's when the younger generation really started getting involved with President Obama running. But now to just see both on the Republican and Democratic sides how many young people are turned out and how many people really know politics and how many people have come out, it's just really, really good thing to hear.
And we have the college Republicans and the college Democrats, and I think they've done a couple debates so far this year, and I'm not sure how they turned out, but it's great that we have, the organizations and coming together
And yeah, it's just really interesting to see the students go back and forth with each other. The anchor that was here earlier, Marissa Starback, she attended all those debates, and she was a big part of them as well. So again, it's just really good to see how the students are coming out.
Yeah, coming into this, she was really knowledgeable. Again, they did such a fantastic job in the first half of this when the polls were closing down here in New York and across the East Coast. And another thing was with the lines being so long, I overheard somebody talking about it, and some people are getting discouraged walking away, like if the lines are too long. We really had to keep them encouraged to stay in line, and also in New York and New Jersey with Sandy, that impacted the voters, but they still had a relatively good turnout, even though they were.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see because down in Florida earlier today, when I was watching CNN, they had tons of people. It was at least a 3-hour line to vote.
Yeah.
So people got out early this morning, really took charge, really wanted to get involved this year. So it's just good to see. And actually, we have another update coming in. Virginia is also too close to call at 78%, reporting 50-48 Romney. And Obama's lead opens up a bit in Ohio, 50% reporting 50% for Obama and 47% for Romney. So as the swing states start to close, we'll have updates, but it really is so tight right now that we really can't tell who's going to win.
Again, and we have Maffei still at 50% and Burkle at 41%, and hopefully we'll be hearing for her in just a short amount of time. We've been anticipating that all night.
And right now, actually, we're going to take it down live to the SUNY Goldbaum and the SA President, Becca Witkins, who's standing by down at the Rock the Vote Center. Sunny?
Welcome back to Rock the Vote Party. I'm here with SA President Becca Witkin. Becca, this is your first time voting. What has it meant to you, and what does it mean to this campus to get people involved?
This has been fantastic. I am very passionate about politics. I'm a political science major, and it being my first time voting, it was great. It was great to be able to be a part of it on a college campus.
That's awesome. How happy were you with the turnout here?
It was fantastic. We originally expected about 50 people, and we had over 150 people here tonight. So it was great to see a combination and collaboration of all these different parts of campus. So something that actually affects this country.
You definitely are doing a great job as the SA President. Thank you, Becca. I'm Alicia D'Addario. Back to you guys.
And again with the young people. Becca Witkin, our SA President, down there live. It's just a great turnout down there, tons of people. So it's just, again with the young people, it's just so much of a difference, a great turnout by them. So it's really great to see so many young people coming out to vote this year.
And I think they offered some free food, so no college student is going to pass up free food.
That's true. They did have the
but
pizza.
But it's nice. We have our own little, mini election party as what's going on here in the headquarters in Syracuse with the Republican and Democrats. So.
And yeah, and it's just really a great thing to see. And again, thanks to one of our sponsors, Mark's Pizzeria, who provided all the pizza for us, as well as pizza down there at the election party tonight. So really, really great turnout for everybody. It's really great to see. And actually, we have another new report coming in with 90% right now reporting. It's 49.9% to 49.3% for Obama. So again, we might not know the results of Florida for weeks to come yet.
I really hope that's not the case weeks to come. But I mean, Obama, in Ohio, he's got the lead. Romney right now has it in Virginia. And
yeah, so if Obama does win Ohio and does win a couple of the other swing states, obviously Florida won't be as important. But right now, it's looking like with all those being so close, it's going to be a very tight race.
Yeah. And according to the Huffington Post, 99% coming in for Delaware, and Obama has a strong lead with 58% and Romney with 40%.
So yeah, exactly. And it's just Delaware usually does swing to the Democratic side, but even this year, it's very interesting to see how close they really are. Obama only being up a couple of points, and it's just really, really interesting to see just how close this race is this year.
I think they're projecting that Romney is going to win Arizona, though, however, in the West. So I think we're starting to get more and more results coming from the West, so we'll keep track of that.
And yeah, a lot of the western and southern states will lead towards towards Romney, but again, it's going to be those Colorado and Nevada people that are going to really decide this election.
All right. Well, I'd like to hear more from our panel. So let's send it back over to Anthony and hear what the roundtable has to say.
I am here with the panel, Jack, Tiber, Shannon, Rosado, and in the middle, Professor Michael Rookie. Thank you guys for joining me again. And we're talking about social issues in particular. And in this case, I want to talk about anti-abortion and pro-abortion rights. Obviously, Mitt Romney has run on a platform where he is against abortion. Obama is for abortion. Where do you stand on this, Shannon?
I wouldn't say that Obama is for abortion.
Not that he's for abortion,
no
let
one
me correct
really
myself,
is.
but you know what I mean. He's for the right, pro-abortion rights.
Absolutely.
Obama's for that.
Obama has expressed time and time again that he supports organizations like Planned Parenthood that allow women the option to choose that procedure. Whereas Governor Romney has expressed time and time again that he doesn't necessarily condone the morality of abortion. While I respect any gentleman's right to his own moral beliefs, I do not believe that it is the right of the president or the Congress or the Supreme Court to decide what a woman's right to her own body is. Mitt Romney has threatened to defund Planned Parenthood, and he's expressed, along with a lot of the Republican Party, that Planned Parenthood is forcing abortions down women's throats, that's what their sole intention is, and whereas Planned Parenthood really is, it's a birth control organization, and it's an educational organization. It sets out to educate both men and women about safe sex, about et cetera, et cetera. And the Republican Party has made it evidently clear that they actually don't necessarily even agree with the right to abortion or the right to choose in the case of rape and incest, which is just astounding. That's startling how
Jack,
anyone could condone that.
Where do you stand on this issue in respect to what Shannon just said?
I definitely understand where you're coming from, and obviously the topic of abortion is going to continue for a very long time. My personal stance on it is I believe...
I'm going to have to cut you off right now because we have some breaking news. I'm going to send it back. I'm going to send it to Adam Rupsick right now. Adam, what's up?
We're here with Mayor of Syracuse, Stephanie Miner. With us in 2009, you had a real close race to gain your mayoral seat. Right now, a real close race going on for the congressional seat. What's the MFA going through with this close race? You've been there. What's going on in his mind right now?
He's just probably pacing back and forth, and everybody who's in the room with him is trying to stay calm. It's very tough. So you just, every second seems like an hour, and every minute seems like a whole day. So you can live and die from moment to moment as the updates come from the Board of Elections or on the television even. So it's pretty high drama, but it ends, which is the good part about it.
So, and we will find out later this evening. Hopefully, we'll keep you posted on this live shot. As the mayor of the city of Syracuse, what policies would you like to see at the congressional level that affects the city directly?
Well, look, we have lots of issues from access to education to reforming education to housing and urban development policies to gun control. All of these things, all of these federal government policies impact the quality of life of people who live in the city of Syracuse. And so we're looking for a close partner who will go to Washington and make sure that our voices are heard.
And we focus on the congressional race right now, but do you have any other thoughts on the other races going on for the Democratic ticket in this region?
Well, look, we've had good news across the board. Very good news with the family court judge. We think we're going to get all of the assembly races are all going to be held by Democrats. And so it's going to be a very good night for Democrats.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mayor of Syracuse, Stephanie Miner, with us. Back to you guys. Thank you so much.
And thanks, Adam, and thank you, Stephanie Miner, the mayor of Syracuse. And it's really great to hear from people like that down in Syracuse.
All right. So now we're looking forward to hearing from Anne Marie Burkle at some point too. But right now we're going to send it back over to Anthony at the desk and hear more about.
Actually, we're going to send it to Olivia Eugenio, who's over in our social media room with an update over there. Olivia?
Thank you, Mike and Sam. I'm here with Amy Hirsch, the editor of the Oswegonian. And what we've kind of been experiencing over here is that most tweets are coming in faster than we can even believe. So, Amy, what have you been really experiencing over here?
Well, I've definitely been experiencing that the Twitter updates are faster than most websites can actually update, especially with some of the more local races, since we have, we're following Twitter accounts of a lot of local people, and what they can give us is information coming directly from the source, directly from these election headquarters. I think they're using the hashtag for the 24th district. They're using hashtag NY24, and through that, we're getting updates quicker than I can get updates from the Onondaga County Electoral Board. So that's pretty exciting.
And I think what's really interesting is that we're also getting updates from around the country as well. We had heard that in Florida, the last voter just voted 3 hours after the polls closed. So it's just incredible how quickly we're getting updates from everywhere. I actually got to speak to Bruce Alschuler, a professor of political science, and he got to talk to me about mass media. Let's take a look.
I think we've seen it in fundraising. One of the reasons the candidates have been able to raise such large sums of money is they've used the internet and social media. I think we also have seen a much more instant reaction to events. So during the debate, everybody's twittering. In the old days, you had to wait at least a few hours afterwards to find out what people thought. Now, everybody's getting their opinion out.
All right, so I'm going to send it back to you, Mike and Sam. Thanks a lot, guys.
And thank you, Olivia. And it's just interesting to see over there in the social media room. So much of tonight's coverage has been really, really involved in the social media aspect with Twitter, Facebook, and Tumblr. And again, for all your information on tonight's elections, you can follow the hashtag OzLive2012 to keep you updated on everything going on in Central New York and around the national spectrum.
All right, we're just coming in. In the Senate race in Missouri, Claire McCaskill beats Representative Todd Akin for the Senate seat in Missouri. And you may recall Akin was the person behind the legitimate rape comments a few months back.
And yeah, and speaking of those kind of issues, we're going to actually send it back to our roundtable with Anthony Shannon, Professor Ricky, and Jack Tieber. So guys, what's going on over there?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that. As you guys know, we just broke the news. Todd Akin lost to Claire McCaskill. What do you make of that, Jack?
It happens. You know, it's election season. It's election season.
Did you see that coming, though?
I honestly, I did not see that coming, no.
Why do you think, I want to bring you in, Professor Ricky, why do you think, what can have contributed to him losing that race? I mean, he's in the conservative part of the country, to say the least. Do you think his legitimate rape comment could have contributed to him losing that race?
Absolutely, and in fact, that's probably what caused him to lose that race. As you mentioned, it's a very conservative region in Missouri. But I think this is, again, I think if we looked closely at the numbers, and I haven't seen the numbers, but I'm willing to bet that the women vote in that part of Missouri was probably crucial to McCaskill's victory. And it's hard to recover from a comment like that. It's hard to take back something that you said with such gusto as he did when he was captured saying.
And talking about hard to recover, much of the Republican Party pretty much took back their endorsements of him right after that. Now, Shannon, you were right. Not too long ago, they started to, once it kind of died down, they started to support him. Some Republicans, at least, started to support him again. Do you think that kind of contributed to him losing this race? How the Republicans kind of got out the water, for lack of a better expression?
It's definitely very possible. Politicians make comments all the time that, you know, don't necessarily reflect on them very well, and it is very possible.
Do you feel like it didn't reflect on his views?
It very well could have. It very well could have.
It could have, or do you?
It very well could have.
Okay. I don't think he's taken it back, but a lot of Republicans.
To be honest with you, I don't know.
What he said was he wouldn't have said that inartfully, but the concept he'd agreed with, though.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't know enough about that particular issue to be able to tell you that.
Okay. Wow.
Can I come on?
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe that the Republican Party did return back to back people like Akin and Murdoch because they want to express some kind of solidarity in their party. But the fact of the matter is it's 2012. It's very clear by him losing his seat that the women vote, probably the male vote too, realizes that the fact that abortion rights, a woman's right to her own body is even an issue in 2012 is astounding, and that comments like that should be completely expelled from Congress when we have much bigger issues to worry about than whether a woman has the right to decide.
I agree with you when you say that there are a lot bigger issues to worry about than that. But before I was going to say this before we had to cut to the story. But from where I see it, and from where a lot of people see it, life begins at the moment of conception. And I know that is a huge argument today, and it has been for a long time. But you look at the original case, Roe versus Wade. She fought for so long to be able to get an abortion, and now she's taken the other side of the fence. She's trying to stop it from happening now. So, it is definitely a very hot topic, and one that will be around for a very long time. And you talked about Planned Parenthood. They do provide good services like education and that kind of thing. But I don't believe that abortion is something that, from my point of view, it is something that it is the killing of a human life, and it is something that is to be taken very seriously. And with how that reflects with Obamacare, for instance, this race is not about abortion. This race is about the fact that President Obama has sent us into $2 trillion in debt. That's what this election is about, and that's why there's been such a huge turnout in all of these states when you look at the race, and that's why it's been such a tight race.
All right, I want to move on to Don't Ask, Don't Tell being repealed. A lot of people champion Barack Obama for repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Some people have not championed him for that. Where do you lay on that issue?
Where do I lay on that? I believe that I was incredibly excited when that passed. I believe that is a very antiquated law, and I believe that any challenging of that would be a regression in our social evolution as a people. Thomas Jefferson said when he was, drafting the Declaration of Independence that the laws are made to evolve with the people that they govern. It is not the place of us as or lawmaking individuals to hold on to antiquated laws just because lawmakers before us thought that was the best option. We as people evolve, we as a culture evolve, we evolve our mindset, we understand different viewpoints, and it's a regression to believe that Don't Ask, Don't Tell has any say in any place in the military, to think that that men or women have to be silenced for their beliefs when they're serving their country. It's ridiculous, and the fact that it was passed in Obama's presidency should be championed.
Jack, do you think it should be championed? Do you think it's going to give Obama an edge?
To be honest with you, I actually agree with you on this topic. And I believe the issue of gay rights is something that is generational. I think more and more people of our generation are more accepting of that. And I did not have a problem with the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And I know a lot of people our age, agree with that. And it is something that I don't think is having a huge impact on this election. Again, I think this election is mainly about the debt that we are in and how we're going to deal with those issues, not so much about that kind of thing. And I think that's something that we have moved past and moved forward with, and I'm glad that we have.
Professor Ricky.
I was just going to say, I'm also somewhat pleased that this campaign has moved away to some degree, to a large extent, away from some social issues that I think have kind of clouded voters in the past, and that the focus has been the economy. But that's not to say that social issues aren't important. And I think what's most at stake in this election is whether President Obama is reelected or Governor Romney becomes president, is we have to remember that those two men have the ability to appoint Supreme Court justices. And we have 4 Supreme Court justices at the moment who are in their 70s, who could retire, who are liberal. And if Governor Romney becomes president, one might assume that he would likely appoint a conservative judge, which can totally flip what many would consider progress on its head. Whether that's any number of gay marriage cases that are making their way through federal courts at the moment, eventually will make the Supreme Court, one would think at some point, that could completely change a lot of what has socially has been evolving in this country up to that point. The other point I'd like to make is so many Republicans are still pushing on this, marriages between a man and a woman, at least on the federal level, What's always ironic to me is that in every other instance, Republicans will say, and they even do this with gay marriage to an extent, but they push it back on the states. You know, government, laissez-faire, leave the people alone, let the people decide. And even Governor Romney has said it should be a state decision whether gay marriage is legal, and to this point it has been. The problem is when you meet gay couples who don't pay the same federal income tax as their married straight counterparts, who go to a different state or move to a different state that doesn't recognize their marriage, and suddenly certain rights are repealed or taken away from them. This is still very much a federal issue that doesn't go away just by pushing it off to the states. There's still, in my opinion, an issue of injustice and inequality here, and there's a lot at stake if Governor Romney becomes president, I believe.
And Governor Romney has made homosexual rights a major part of his campaign. I don't know if you guys saw the video that circulated.
I want to wrap it up there.
Sorry.
You can finish your thought, though.
Okay, well, I don't know if you guys saw the video that circulated in April when Mitt Romney, I'm going to kind of paraphrase a little bit, but what Mitt Romney essentially looked a veteran in the eye and said that I don't believe you have the same rights as our straight veterans. I don't think that you deserve the same benefits. And this man said this man will not be my president because that's not what a president should believe in. A president should believe in equal rights for their entire country.
Shannon Brizzato, Professor Michael Ricky, and Jack Teever, thank you guys so much. And this is going to conclude this panel. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to come back. We're going to have some more news, analysis, and election results. You're watching the elections on WTOP in conjunction with the Oswegonian newspaper and WNYO.
Live from Oswego is brought to you by Mark's Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. C's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7th 3rd Avenue across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York at 315-207-2002. And The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 315-343-1968. You are watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
All right, welcome back. So I just want to touch base on the Senate races right now. Elizabeth Warren has won the Senate seat in Massachusetts. And the winner of this Wisconsin Senate race is Tammy Baldwin, and she is the first openly gay senator. So that is interesting to see. Right now, it is still very neck and neck as far as presidential debates go, elections, I'm sorry. With polls closing at 11 p.m., we have California, Idaho, Hawaii, Washington, Oregon, North Dakota.
And with those states that are very close to call right now, Florida 92% reporting, still very, very close, 49.7% for Obama, 49.5% for Romney, and in Ohio 65% reporting, 50-48 Obama, Virginia 87% reporting, 49-48 Romney, and Colorado 36% reporting, with that poll just closing a little while ago, 50% Obama, 47% Romney. So it's going to come down to the wire. Again, like you said, those final polls just closed within the last couple minutes. So within the next couple hours, we'll have a better idea of where the election's going.
Yeah, and Romney just took Arizona, which kind of brought him up in the electoral votes, and he's projected to win North Carolina at this time. And right now it's Romney at 189 electoral votes, with Obama at 173.
And then again, checking in with the 24th Congressional race, right now with 412 of the 427 districts reporting, the MFA has a 50 to 40% lead over Anne-Marie Burkle, with Rosem dropping out a little while ago. So it looks like Maffei is going to run away with this race, even though it would look very close going into this.
Exactly, and as we had just heard from with Pat, speaking with someone at the Republican headquarters, they said, they had no concern. They thought Burkle was going to take this one, but as far as the polls are saying right now, he's had the lead consistently throughout the night, up 10% at least.
And yeah, and it's very interesting to see how close this really is. Again, this is going to be huge with the swing states. The swing states are going to play a huge role in this because it's coming down to the wire. Again, the popular vote is very close right now. The Electoral College is very close, 173 to 174 for Romney. So it's just going to come down to the wire.
Well, coming in right now, Mitt Romney has won North Carolina and their 15 electoral votes. So that's kind of huge right now. So right now it's coming down to Ohio, Virginia, and Florida. So we will just wait and see where that takes us.
And
so right now, to keep a better look at our updates, let's send it over to Rob Camille again with some of our electoral updates.
Rob?
Thanks a lot, guys. 11 o'clock here, top of the hour. Some of the polls on the West Coast, just starting to close. A couple more updates coming in to our newsroom and to our media room that I want to pass on to you guys right now. Just a little interesting statistic that actually just came into me right before I stepped back up to the wall here. The vote in Florida, as we touched on earlier, 93% of the vote reporting now. Still the same percentage, 49.7 to 49.5. But I just want to give you guys kind of an idea of how small of it's a large number, but how small of a state's worth of votes it actually is. The total voting right now between Obama and Romney is split right down the middle, and the difference is 20,000 votes. 20,000 votes among millions upon millions of people. That equates to about 0.2%. So if you want a close race, keep your eye on Florida, because that's definitely going to be one that's going to come down to the wire. Another update that I wanted to bring you, Ohio, as we said earlier, 65% reporting, 50 to 48. Obama leads in that state. Colorado, Obama also leads in Colorado. 36% of the polls reporting now, 50 to 47%, excuse me, where that is where that state is right now. And in Virginia, another key battleground state, 87% of the vote reporting, still very, very close to call. Right now it stands 49 to 48 in favor of Mitt Romney. Now, as of right now, the 11 o'clock hour, we have 6 states that have just closed their polls, namely on the West Coast, particularly one state that we want to keep an eye on, particularly with President Obama's electoral count. Right now, the electoral votes sit at Romney with 189 and President Obama with 173. The one state that we want to keep an eye on, which we have a decent idea of which way they're going to lean, is California. California has 55 electoral votes, the most in the entire country. Now, in past years, they have voted in favor of the Democratic Party, which means that there is a very good chance that President Obama's campaign may be seeing the acquisition of 55 more electoral votes within the hour. The other states that have just closed their polls, Idaho, Hawaii, Washington State, Oregon, and North Dakota. So 6 states just closing their polls, 1 state left to go, and that is the state of Alaska, which closes at 1 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time. Which I do not believe we'll be on the air for. If we are, wonderful. But they are the last state to come in, notoriously voting for Republicans. Noteworthy, I guess I should say. Their trends have been voting Republican in each of the last few elections, and they carry 3 electoral votes, which will most likely go to the Romney campaign. As well as some more local election noting at the top of the hour. Almost 100% of districts reporting in the central New York congressional race that between Anne-Marie Burkle and Dan Maffei. The latest numbers coming in, Dan Maffei currently has a 51 to 39% lead over Anne-Marie Burkle. So that one still within 10%, almost 100% reporting. We'll see how that one ends up, but right now Maffei has a lead. I'm going to send it back right now to Sam and Mike for some more updates. Guys?
All right, thanks, Rob. So coming up on the 11 o'clock hour, 6 polls closing with Alaska the last to come. And we're keeping an eye on California, as Rob said before. And if he takes that, that's 55 electoral votes. That's huge for Obama.
And it is huge. And right now, there is still voters standing in line in Florida, even though the polls have closed. And with that, 93% is in, and it's still very, very close. 49.8% for Obama, 49.3% for Romney.
The Denver Post is projecting that Colorado will go towards Barack Obama. So it's coming down to the wire here, and I think it's getting pretty crazy over at the Democratic headquarters right now. So I think we're going to send it over to Adam Repsick to hear what's going on over there.
Adam, what's going on?
Hey, we're back here at Pasadena's restaurant right outside of Syracuse. More speakers are on the podium getting this rally riled up here. Democrats are in control right now, full on. especially in the close races. It was just reported on the TVs in the front that Dan Maffei, after 74% of the votes reported, he holds a 47-42 lead over Anne-Marie Burkle in that congressional race. We keep it up. It's still packed in here. People are still flowing in on the Democratic ticket. We'll be here with Al Sturpey, the assemblyman. He just won his race in the New York State Assembly. We'll have him in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
All right, so thanks so much, Adam. You know, they're doing a great job over there and partying with everybody at the headquarters. So and right now, Maffei is at 51% and Burkle's at 39%.
And with Burkle being at 39%, we're going to go to Syracuse right now and the Republican headquarters where Pat Kavlin is standing by to give us, actually we're not going to go there right now, but we're going to check back there in a minute. But as of right now, like we said before, California is expected to go to Obama. That is 55 electoral college votes. And yes, that is official now. California, 55 electoral votes to President Obama. And Idaho has gone to Romney with 4 electoral votes. So as the later polls close, we'll have a better idea of what's going to go on in the coming hours. But as of right now, it's still a very, very tight race.
Yeah, typically, you know, we know that California is going to lean Democratic, but I mean that's 55 electoral votes. That's huge.
And yeah, with the votes coming in and with it being so close, it's just going to be really interesting to see how in these next coming hours, just how the presidential race is going to shape up. But now I do believe that we have Pat Kavlin standing by in Syracuse. No, we don't have Pat Kavlin right now. Okay, so anyway. Right now, again, Florida, very, very close, 49.8% for Obama, 49.3% for Romney. So again, as the Western polls are closing, it's getting tight. But back here in the East, Florida is still a huge factor in this race.
Right, absolutely. All right, so before we get to Pat, I do want to just talk about all the involvement we've had here between the 3 organizations.
And yeah, and right now we're actually going to take a look back at the debates throughout the electoral season. So we're actually going to toss it right now to that.
President Obama pulled few punches last night, a stark contrast to his debate performance 2 weeks ago.
When he said behind closed doors that 47% of the country considered themselves victims who refused personal responsibility. Think about who he was talking about.
Mitt Romney held his ground, calling the president a failed leader.
A recent study has shown that people in the middle class will see $4,000 a year higher taxes as a result of the spending and borrowing of this administration. I will not let that happen.
The candidates clashed over the economy, energy, and the administration's response to the attack in Libya that killed 4 Americans, including the U.S. ambassador.
The day after the attack, Governor, I stood in the Rose Garden and I told the American people and the world that we were going to find out exactly what happened, that this was an act of terror.
It took the president 14 days before he called the attack in Benghazi an act of terror.
Get the transcript.
A poll of voters who watched put the president in the winner's circle by a slim margin, but said Romney would do a better job with the economy. Both sides say their guy won.
President Obama spent exactly no time at all speaking about any specific plans for a second term.
I think it exposed Governor Romney, his tax plan, his jobs plan. As the president said, it's a sketchy deal.
All right, well, the next and final presidential debate happens next Monday. The focus will be foreign policy and national security. Reporting in Hempstead, New York, I'm Renee March.
And right now we're actually going to go to the Republican headquarters in Syracuse with Pat Kavlin standing by. Pat, what's going on down there?
Unmute it.
And we're sorry for the technical difficulties in Syracuse. We're having a little issue with the audio right now. But as it stands right now, still very close in the presidential race. However, in the 24th district where Pat is right now, it looks like Maffei is really taking a big lead. He's now up 12 points, 51-39 against Anne Marie Burkle. So that race really is starting to lean towards Dan Maffei.
Yeah, it's looking that way. But I just want to take a quick look at the Senate seats. The Democrat Tim Kaine has won the Senate seat in Virginia. Obama just won New Mexico, and Romney has won Missouri. But also, Miami Herald is reporting that 18,000 absentee ballots have not been accounted for yet. So the Florida Board of Elections says that the results will be official tomorrow.
Exactly, and that's something that we're going to have to wait and see coming into tomorrow. With this race being so close, obviously Barack Obama has 244 votes right now, and Romney has 203. So as we get closer to that, if Obama does win a couple more of these swing states, Florida isn't going to play as big of a factor. But as it sits right now, Romney and Obama are going to have to wait till tomorrow to figure out who's going to be the victory.
I mean, it's insane how far, it can go and how long it can take to really wrap up all of these and get them all accounted for. And absentee ballots, have a huge impact on the end result.
And coming in right now, Virginia with 13 electoral votes, still very close to call. 77% of those votes are in. It's 50% for Mitt Romney and 49% for Barack Obama. So again, very close in a lot of the swing states.
And they're projecting Iowa to go to Obama, correct?
Yes, they are projecting Iowa to go to Obama. In fact, I think that's already been called. There's a little check on my screen here. With 53% of the vote in, Obama does have a 9-point lead, 55-44. And right now, we are actually ready to go back to Pat Kavlin in Syracuse at the Republican headquarters. So, Pat, what's going on?
All right, thanks, guys. Sorry about that. A little bit of audio problems here. So again, we're continuing to report live here from Burkle's headquarters here in Syracuse. This is apparently we're just getting word right now that Fox News has just called Ohio to President Obama, 50% to 49%. Again, this is breaking news from Fox. 69% of the precincts reporting right now. Again, they have the television on here, so Ohio has gone to Obama, at least with 69% of the precincts in. Here locally, though, CNN is reporting that Dan Maffei has 50%, Anne Marie Burkle has 41%. However, as Tom Dady and the senator who just won earlier were talking about, many of these numbers that are coming in for Burkle are from Onondaga County, which traditionally leans heavily Democratic. They still haven't gotten all the results in from Lewis and from the other surrounding counties that are expected to go in Burkle's favor. So these numbers, while high in Maffei's favor right now, could change as we go throughout the night with the other precincts reporting. Also, it's pretty interesting to report. Hold on, we have Tom Dady who's speaking right now. If we want to take.
Race there, partner.
Apparently, John Sharon, it appears, may not have won.
11 and a half hours, you like to say. Nobody else wanted to take on Mr. Roberts. And
Some other numbers coming in right now. So again, this race between Maffei and Burkle is going to rely heavily on the other counties coming in. Again, right now, Maffei being in the lead, but that's because Onondaga County is coming in with the majority of their precincts. What's interesting also is when you look at Florida, they are also coming in. It's a close race there, but they are also expecting the Panhandle to come in heavy Romney, which would sway it in his favor. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. We'll have more updates on the election as it comes available to us, and also Burkle's speech when she comes up. But right now, we're going to send it back inside.
All right, and again, like Pat alluded to, this congressional race has been very close. It's in Maffei's favor right now, but as Pat was saying, Burkle still has a couple more things to report, so it could end up being closer than we expected again.
I know. But another update from Wisconsin, that is apparently going to Obama with 10 electoral votes. But staying local here, we're going to toss it to Adam Rupsick, who's over at the Democratic headquarters.
Adam.
And see what's going on.
Adam, what's looking like over there?
Pasabene's restaurant, folks, the Democratic headquarters. A couple words to describe the scene right now. Excitement and loud. President Obama has just won the presidency going into the next 4 years, and this place couldn't be more happier. We got yelling, we got chanting. Yes, we can chants behind me. Everyone's ecstatic here. The mood is definitely, the tension is relieved from what we have been seeing earlier, but still Maffei Burkle, that's going to be the one people are looking to now. Everybody, Maffei supporters in here looking to that race. Still too close to call, but exotic now after President Obama has won that presidency for the next 4 years. This place couldn't be happier. It's hard to even hear myself talking here. Big, loud, ecstatic atmosphere. As you see behind me, everyone's getting excited. So we got one more, Dan Maffei, Anne-Marie Burkle, and we'll keep you posted.
And right now we actually have breaking news coming in. President Barack Obama has won Ohio, so that is huge in his efforts to maintain the presidency for the next 4 years.
That is huge coming in. And now he needs Nevada, or Romney needs Nevada and
Oregon. If Barack Obama is able to get Oregon or Nevada, he will secure the presidency for next year. However, if Romney wins both, it will come down to Florida like in 2000, 2004, and 2008.
They're going crazy over there at the Democratic headquarters. I'm not sure really what Adam wanted to show us, but I think it just kind of took over. It just went up in an uproar over there.
And absolutely, it is getting very crazy around the country right now. All over the place, people are celebrating President Barack Obama winning a very key swing state in Ohio. And then again, in the 24th district, Dan Maffei has a huge lead right now. However, we don't have the end results for Burkle, so it's going to be interesting to see coming down the wire if Burkle will be able to catch back up.
All right, so we're seeing everything leaning towards the Democratic side of things right now. So this election going from being so close to just automatically getting this kind of information. But right now, I think we're going to send it over to the Republican side, to Burkle.
Until the time you waved your last sign this afternoon at 6 o'clock, and people made phone calls up till 9 o'clock. You are great Americans, and this is a time for all of us to say thank you to you for what you've done for our party and for our community. I'm afraid this is going to be somewhat of a replay, maybe not, of last time. It's just not going to be decided tonight, but I know you're going to be with us in spirit, and you're going to be with us if you stay here as well. But I just want to encourage all of you. The results aren't in yet. We're waiting for them, waiting to hear from Cayuga, Wayne, and certainly the absentees. The absentees have all been impounded, as you know, so they're not even being read yet. So I just want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you for what you do for our community, for our nation, and for our Republican Party. Thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for all the veterans in this room for their service to this nation. And as we are here, and we're right in the middle of what makes America great, our right to vote, let's please keep in our thoughts and prayers the men and women of the military who make such tremendous sacrifices so that we can vote, so that we can exercise our right to vote every year. And we must always remember the folks who have just withstood this terrible Hurricane Sandy, all of the people who are without power, without electricity, without heat in this very cold weather. We have so much to be grateful for, and I'm grateful for all of you for what you do for our party and our community. God bless all of you. God bless the United States of America, and I will be back in a little bit. Thank you so much.
All right, and again, President Barack Obama is being reported the winner by NBC News, Fox News, and CNN with 274 votes right now. So it looks like President Barack Obama will maintain the presidency for the next 4 years.
All right, so we're just waiting for those to come in and be clarified. But as of right now, that's what we're thinking. With 274, I mean.
Well, that's the winner. 270 votes wins the Electoral College and wins the election.
Ohio was huge in this race.
Yes, Ohio was the big key in this race right now. Florida pretty much doesn't even matter, even though there's 93 votes coming in. President Barack Obama, according to CNN, NBC, and Fox News, has already reached the 270 mark with either Nevada or Oregon. So it looks like President Barack Obama will be, again, the President of the United States.
All right. So let's send it over to the panel and see what they have to say about this update.
Guys, take it away.
Yes, we have breaking news. As you guys just reported, Barack Obama is thought to be the winner. MSNBC, NBC News, and Fox News are reporting with, I believe, 274 electoral votes. 274, 272, we're not exactly sure. Over 270 makes him the winner. What do you guys think about that so far? Breaking news so far.
I mean, I'm not very surprised. I think if you looked at the poll numbers over the past month, ever since the Denver debate when Obama lost a little bit in the polls, he's been gaining momentum ever since then, and I think he was heavily favored coming into today, and I mean, this isn't surprising at all. This is sort of what I expected.
Do we have confirmation on whether or not President Obama got Ohio or not? Maybe the control room can get on that. He did? All right, so we're getting confirmation that so far the math is on his side. He won Ohio. What do you say?
Seems like he probably will be president for the next 4 years. Listening to conservative talk radio and other news outlets, depending on the source you listen to, some people said it would be a Mitt Romney, more of a landslide than some people thought. I thought it was going to be down to the wire, so I am a bit shocked that it is already basically determined that President Obama is our next president for 4 more years.
I thought it was going to be a close race too, particularly in the swing states, because that's where all the campaign money was focused on, of course. But interestingly, I don't think it speaks too much as far as 2016. I think the next 4 years are going to shift in the Republicans' favor if Obama doesn't improve upon where he is right now. I think if he coasts along without any significant improvements in the economy, I think we'll see a Republican president in 2016.
Before today, did you think that Mitt Romney was going to receive Ohio? Because like you said, I mean, it was a tight race and nobody was trying to refute that argument. Ohio was anybody's card, if you will. Did you believe that Ohio was going to go to Mitt Romney? Or
I thought he had a great chance because he did pull kind of a unique move that lots of presidents running for election don't normally do, is he campaigned on election day. He was campaigning earlier today, which some might see it as, a shocking sort of move, but I saw it as a man dedicated to winning. And as we all saw, it was a close-fought race, and I would not be surprised if once the popular vote is tallied up, if it's much, much closer than the Electoral College has indicated.
Yeah, I agree. I think that there's a very good chance that we might see even Romney pull through in the popular vote. I mean, the electoral vote's pretty much decided for Obama. He's going to win the presidency. It's really just a question of what's going to happen with the popular vote. And it doesn't really mean anything, except it could. I mean, back in 2000, we saw Al Gore win the popular vote and Bush win the presidency. If 12 years later the same thing happens, but with the opposite parties, I think
all
there
right,
might
we
be
have some breaking
movement.
news. I'm going to send it to Adam Rupsick, who's in Syracuse. Adam, what's happening?
There's so much noise here that's screaming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Voice.
Yeah. We were doing a live hit when. Welcome back. We're here with Assemblyman Al Sturpey. Just won his Assembly Council. How does it feel to win that seat back?
Well, it feels special because, I had been in there for 2 terms, lost a close election in 2010. There's a lot of disappointment, not only for me, but for my friends and my family. And this sort of made up for that and put us back on track.
So now you got yours out of the way. The one we're really looking at now is a congressional race. Last reported, Dan Maffei is up 52 to 40. What are your thoughts on the assemblyman race?
Congressional race, very important race. I don't know how anybody can vote for someone who doesn't believe in global warming, especially after all the storms. And that's what Anne-Marie Burkle keeps saying. She doesn't believe in it. It's a myth. I don't care what you think about the deficit or anything else. If the earth becomes uninhabitable, what good is all those other beliefs? You've got to make sure that people who care about the environment are there in Washington helping make decisions.
So excitement is filling this room here at the Democratic headquarters tonight. What are any final thoughts for the outcome?
It's just a great evening. The president is back. Elizabeth Warren won, so Massachusetts is all blue again. We're winning races And you know what? The best thing that came out of this is the super PACs, all the billionaires spent billions and billions of dollars, $31 million in a Senate race in Ohio and lost by like 10 points. They did it against the president and lost. I mean, I hope they spend every penny they've ever made, so that they just get out of the way of politics and let each individual voter make the decisions.
Thank you, folks. Assemblyman Alice Derby, we will be with you the rest of the night. Back to you guys. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, and thanks a lot, Adam. It's very nice to see us having a good relationship down there in Syracuse with both Maffei and Burkle's headquarters, us being able to be there all night long. We thank them very much. So it's a very different outcome than we thought was going to happen, because it looked like it was going to be so close, and then so many people are running away with the election.
I know. So Obama has won Oregon and Ohio, won well over the 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency, but now we're just waiting to hear the results from the 24th Congressional District.
And absolutely, and to tell us more about the Electoral College and what's going on with President Barack Obama and that election, we're going to send it over to Rob Camille. Rob, what's going on?
Well, thanks a lot, Mike and Sam, and good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back up here at the wall with the official graphic. It is projected by multiple news sources, NBC News, Fox News, CNN, Huffington Post. President Barack Obama has secured a second term as President of the United States by a current Electoral College voting score of 275 to 203. Now, mathematically, you need 270 votes to win the Electoral College and thus win the presidency. If you have more than 270, there is no chance that your competitor will be able to secure a tie. With 275, Obama has secured that victory and wins a second term. Now, I kind of want to just give you guys a walkthrough of what's happened since our last update back at the top of the hour. We reported that polls were just starting to close in many West Coast states, and I just kind of wanted to give you guys the projections that we've had since that update. The first one that came in was the state of California. Like we had predicted, 55 electoral votes going to President Obama. Excuse me, sorry about that. The state of Washington also projected to go to Obama shortly after that, giving him a total of 67 electoral votes, pushing his lead up even more. And the state of Hawaii, with 4 electoral votes also being projected after that. Now, on the Romney side of the campaign, Idaho and Missouri, giving him 14 electoral votes, were also projected to go shortly after 11:05 this evening. Now, at the time, the total of electoral votes was Obama with 244 and Romney with 203. We were beginning to think that many of the states wouldn't be reporting until later on in the evening, but then 3 key projections came in that secured the presidency for Barack Obama. Iowa, one of the swing states, and its 6 electoral votes being projected at about 11:20 this evening. Wisconsin, with its 10 electoral votes, also going to Obama. And the key to, made a mistake earlier, 4 states coming up, Iowa, Wisconsin, and the key 2 that secured the presidency, Ohio, the state everybody's been focusing on with 18 electoral votes going to President Obama, and the state of Oregon with 7 electoral votes, which secured the nomination for President Obama. So once again, President Obama has secured a second term as President of the United States by an electoral voting score of 275 to 203. I'm going to send it back to Mike and Sam with more on some of our local races. Guys?
All right, thanks a lot, Rob.
All right, we're just going to take a quick break, but stay with us as we'll have more updates regarding your national elections coming up right after this.
Tonight 2012, live from Oswego, is brought to you by Mark's Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. C's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7 3rd Avenue across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York at 315-207-2002. And The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 315-343-1968. You're watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
And thanks a lot for joining us again. President Barack Obama looks like he has secured the presidency for the next 4 years with winning Ohio and Oregon. So a lot of different things coming in. We didn't expect the presidential nomination to be announced tonight, but it looks like President Barack Obama did some of the right things when he was out campaigning and was able to take some of the key states.
We were anticipating to be here well into the night, up until maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, and not have your updates until, a morning news. But also another update is Republican Deb Fischer wins the Senate seat in Nebraska. So we're going to send it over to the panel in just a bit. But right now, I just want to look up some.
Right now, we do have a local update, though. New York's 25th district, primarily Rochester, is Louise Slaughter has officially won for a seat in the House against Maggie Brooks, 57% to 43%. So that's your local update. But right now, we're going to send it back over to the panel. We have Anthony, Tim, and all the rest of these guys talking about the issues and what's going on. Guys?
And as we have been reporting, and so I have other news organizations been reporting, President Obama won the election. He has, at least the last report we have, 275 electoral votes. So now I pose a question to you guys. What does a fourth, or rather a second term, imagine a fourth term? A long time ago that happened. What does a second term in the Obama administration look like?
I think economically speaking, if you look at what the non-biased, nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office is looking at, we're looking at a moderate growth rate of in between 2 and 3% per year, an estimated 9 million jobs being created in the next 4 years. I mean, that's, whoever being president, 9 million jobs.
And this is according to the Congressional...
the Congressional Budget Office.
Okay.
They produce reports for Congress that are completely nonpartisan. So those are just their economic estimates of what we're expecting. So we're expecting, a little bit of a quicker recovery in the next 4 years. The biggest thing weighing on them right now is, one, the Euro crisis, and secondly, hopefully within the next 4 years, there'll be some sort of compromise of some kind between the two parties regarding the deficit issue. Some think that it should wait a couple years, some think it's not even an issue at all, some think it's an issue right now. So we hope that both sides can come together, and if some sort of compromise is made and some sort of plan, a viable plan is reached, then we'll see economic growth pick up a little bit once some confidence in that is picked up.
Yeah,
well,
it's an issue, but yep.
I'll say, as far as 4 more years of an Obama administration, one thing that I think I might be a little disappointed in is in Obama's first term, he extended the Patriot Act, which, as I lean more libertarian, so I'm very non-interventionist when it comes to foreign policy, and I feel I feel like I would have been disappointed regardless of whether Obama or Romney won the election, because Obama hasn't exactly withdrawn troops and as foreign soldiers in the manner of which I would have liked. He has declared an end to the war in Iraq, but he's still declaredly leaving approximately 35,000 quote-unquote non-combatant troops in the area, as well as in other regions throughout the Middle East. So that's
so
one.
Would you rather like a mass exodus of soldiers from the Middle East?
That's what well, libertarian leaning, yes, I would. I feel that the best foreign policy that the United States could have would be to lead by example. I don't think that we need to send any more of our own soldiers to fight a battle that has nothing to do with us. That's my own opinion, and I understand.
Yeah.
I completely understand the opposition's viewpoint.
I think it's a fair opinion. I just don't think that issue is really on the ballot today. I think both sides, pretty much as far as Iraq is concerned, probably would have ended up doing the same thing.
Correct, that's what's...
And I think both sides would have ended up probably doing pretty close to the same thing in Afghanistan, maybe a little bit differently. I don't think either is going to be pulling out all the troops out of both any time very soon. So, I mean, I don't think that's really on the ballot. I think one issue that I thought was important foreign policy-wise is Iran. And, I mean, I remember 10 years ago when we were talking about a Middle East dictator with weapons of mass destruction, it was Saddam Hussein. And I think the American people haven't forgotten that 10 years ago we were told that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and now we're being told that the president of Iran has weapons of mass destruction, or he's building up weapons of mass destruction, or he's developing them. And people are wary of letting the GOP handle that. They're wary because they know what the GOP did with Iraq, and they're worried that the GOP is going to do the same thing in Iran and send thousands of innocent Americans to their deaths there. And I still think that, Iraq was probably a mistake.
You believe under an Obama administration there would be a very, very slim possibility of any sort of troop escalation, regardless of certain unforeseen activities that could perhaps transpire there?
I think it's possible that Obama might escalate troops within the next 4 years in any of the places where they already are. I don't see it likely at all that Obama would put troops in Iran under any circumstances. Obama likes to do drone wars, which I don't completely approve of, but I mean, that's his copyright. That's what he likes to do. He doesn't want to put troops on the ground. He doesn't want to put American men and women in danger. And so, I mean, I can see him doing like what he did in Libya, or what he did to support the people in Egypt, what he has been doing to try and help support the people in Syria. You're seeing a very hands-off approach where he's providing the support that they need. In Libya, even some air support, like actually like bombing some targets for them. I could see him doing that sort of thing in Iran if it really came to it, but I do not see actual boots on the ground in Iran ever under an Obama administration. I don't think the GOP would flinch if someone asked them, let's put troops in Iran. That's what worries me. I think with a GOP presidency or a GOP Congress, they would readily put American troops in Iran, and we'd have a whole nother Iraq situation.
Do you agree with that, Andrew?
I think if you look back to 2003, when we invaded Afghanistan, it was a bipartisan, it was a bipartisan effort. For example, like Hillary Clinton, she was a strong proponent of it, and other Democrats. It was a bipartisan effort. I feel
well, fool me once.
I feel now a Barack Obama presidency, if there was to happen a large escalation between Iran and Israel, for example, I think that it would be the wrong decision for any United States intervention, because I don't see how nation building should be our top priority, honestly.
All right, I want to get Kevin Carr in here. I want to talk about another 4 years of Obama administration. I don't think we don't know the numbers yet. I don't think we're going to know the numbers for some time now. But I think we can agree that we can assume rather that Obama hasn't received the support that he received in 2008. We had a whole bunch of support. What does he have to do in the next 4 years to get that support again? Not that he needs it because he can't run again, but what does he have to do to get to that level again?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess he'll have to try to implement policies that actually work better. He'll have to try to stay true to his word.
So policies like what? And stay true to what word?
If he says he's going to cut the deficit, let's see some cutting already. He promised that Obamacare would cut the deficit, that the stimulus package would cut the unemployment rate to under 6%, but it did not do anything but increase our debt. I think people want to see the hope and change that he promised, but honestly, in my opinion, I think we're in a 4-year period of new economic disaster, possibly, if we keep going in the same direction. Things are not going to get better.
What do you say to some of the critics or some of the proponents of the stimulus plan that say that if it wasn't for the stimulus plan, we would be in even worse economic condition?
I disagree with that because
the economists who say that.
Taking out money that you don't have, I don't see how you can suddenly create more wealth out of that. I don't think the math adds up.
It's not a question of creating wealth necessary as preventing the destruction of wealth. When you have a recession that is coming on very quickly, you have a market crash, as we did. We had a stock market crash. The stock market lost half of its value in a matter of a couple months. The housing market crashed. Markets everywhere were crashing. Bank after bank was failing and had to be bailed out. And without government intervention, we basically would have been looking at another Great Depression. I think the first good thing the government did was TARP, which prevented the bank failures. Because bank failures, nobody likes the banks. Everyone's mad at the banks. Nobody wants to bail out the banks. But the problem is, if the banks fail, the country fails. Banks are so integral to our economy that when the banks start failing, businesses can't get the money they need to run operations. People can't get loans that they need. People can't spend money. Their credit cards get declined, their debit cards get declined. People can't spend money, and so businesses aren't having revenue coming in. It's basically a worst case scenario, and that's what happened in the 1930s during the Great Depression. Before FDR came in 1933, we were seeing a lot of bank failures, and it took FDR to basically shut down all the banks in the country to try and fix it. So I think the fact that the U.S. government stepped in with TARP to try and stop it was good. I think the Federal Reserve took good action in providing emergency loans for banks so that they could remain solvent. And I think it was very appropriate for Obama in 2009 to use his American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, called the Stimulus Act, to try and stop the plunge in the economy. The economy was in free fall, and he needed to do something to stop the free fall. And within the year of when he implemented it, within a year, the unemployment rate stopped going up, and then it started going back down again.
Do you agree with this analysis?
I honestly don't think. I understand drastic measures need to be taken when heading toward an economic disaster. However, that being said, I think that lots of times presidents will use disasters, economic or otherwise, to push through agendas that they see fit. FDR is a good example. George Bush with the Patriot Act, that's another good example. And I think Barack Obama used the Stimulus Act as his example. He saw the recession, he took advantage, and he instigated a program to heavily regulate industries that have not been heavily regulated before. However, that being said, I understand such drastic measures are sometimes necessary to prevent, a second depression. However, I do not foresee that heavily regulation of the banks and other top-tier industries is a very good long-term goal, as Kevin pointed out earlier, because it adds more to the debt. In fact, Barack Obama
How does that add more to the debt?
Yeah, I think you're confusing short-term and
answer that though. How does that add more to the debt?
The more that a government takes over industries and control, it's more money that we have to borrow from other countries, from China, from taxpayers. I don't think that the government's role necessarily is to commandeer and take the driver's seat away from CEOs and business professionals who have been
add to the debt?
Yes, how does that add to the debt?
I mean, the company is let's say a company's taken over, like GM is taken over by the government. How does that add to the debt?
Because you cannot you can't place a higher tax burden that's necessary to pay for all of the programs, the stimulus program. And so what he had to do was borrow.
But we're talking about regulation, not the stimulus program. The stimulus program was just increased spending. It was tax cuts all across the board, and it was increased spending for things like Medicare, energy projects, some infrastructure projects, like repairing highways, roads, that sort of thing, education funding. Most people agree education funding is a good thing. I mean, that's essentially what the stimulus was. You're talking about regulation. You're saying that regulation somehow increases the debt, and we're trying to find out what exactly is the mechanism for those two.
We're going to have to wrap it up. Last word?
My point being was that with the crisis of the economic crisis we face, is that Obama took the opportunity to place heavier regulations on industries while simultaneously driving up the debt that we foresee here in America.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin Carr, Andrew Sanders, and Tim James.
It happens all the time.
All right, thank you guys so much. It was a good discussion. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but of course, our election coverage continues right after this.
Election Night 2012, live from Oswego, is brought to you by Mark's Pizzeria of Oswego, located on West Seneca Street, 315-342-3400. C's Farm Market and Beverage Shop, located at 7 3rd Avenue across from Subway on Route 104, 315-343-1010. Mom and Pop's Soda Shop and Eatery at 23 East Utica Street in Oswego, New York, at 315-207-2002. And The Raven at 39 West Bridge Street in Oswego, 315-343-1968. You're watching Election Night live from Oswego, brought to you by the Oswegonian, WNYO 88.9 FM, and WTOP 10 TV.
And welcome back, guys, to Election Night 2012 live from Oswego. Again, we've been covering this all night for the past 4 hours, and if you want to learn anything else, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr, hashtag OzLive2012 for all your updates continuing throughout the night and through tomorrow. But as of right now, it looks like, again, Barack Obama has won the presidency. Right now, we don't really know the results of the Maffei-Burkle thing. Right now, Maffei has a slight lead. But as of right now, it's going to come down to the wire with that race.
So we see that men, as if we're looking at statistics here, it said majority of men voted for Romney, whereas a majority of women voted for Obama, with 52% for Romney for men and 45% for Obama. And the voting ages are interesting to look at as well. 18 to 29 range, overwhelmingly more for Obama. And when you look at the 65 and older, it's 55 for Romney. So.
And yeah, like we discussed earlier, that younger population was going to be such a huge part of this election, and it really did turn out to be a huge part. As you said, Sam, with Obama taking a landslide victory in the 18 to 29 range, 60 to 36. So it was really interesting to see the young people come out and voice their opinions this year.
Yep, and even looking at size of place, urban 62% for Obama and 36% for Romney, and the suburban is Romney took, and rural Romney took as well.
And yeah, and something else that we talked about earlier was the women voters, how big of a factor that was going to be for Governor Romney, and it really did turn out to be really in favor for Obama, because apparently Barack Obama really stuck with the women like he did for the last 4 years, and Romney just wasn't able to gain that ground in that category.
And that was a huge portion of that one debate, discussing how important it was to get the women's vote. So, I'm looking forward to seeing how the Damafay and Burkle comes out, but as of right now, Damafay is in the lead. And I think we might be trying to get an interview from Anne-Marie Burkle, but we're not sure if we're going to be able to get that in.
Yeah, we don't have that.
It's probably crazy over there as well.
Yeah, we don't have that yet. But just to update you, another local race going on that actually ended in the 25th district, primarily Rochester. Louise Slaughter won the seat in the House against Maggie Burks, 57 to 43. So the Democratic side of things really taking over in the congressional race in New York as well.
See, now the popular vote, according to Huffington Post, Romney actually won the popular vote. So, it's funny to see how the electoral changes from the actual popular vote of what voters did.
And yeah, just checking in, like you said, Romney did have that slight lead in the popular vote. Last I checked, with 64% in, he had 300,000 votes more than President Obama.
All right, so we're looking at Colorado has gone to Obama too. I mean, as these just keep coming in more and more for Obama, but it is official that Obama has been reelected for president of 2015.
Yes, President Barack Obama has been reelected. We'll have to see how that affects the country, what's going to come up in the coming years as President Barack Obama sets out his plan for the next 4 years. But right now, we're actually going to take it back over to our roundtable discussion, a new group of people over there with Anthony Hill. So Anthony, what's going on over there?
Of the presidential elections, and Barack Obama has secured a second term as president of the United States. Joining me on the set is Chris Lewand. You know him from the Weekly Rundown, Chris Rowley and John Mangiello. How are you guys doing?
Good. Elated.
Elated? So I'm guessing you're a liberal and you're happy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what is your response?
My response is, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
That's pretty solid.
Okay, so what I was asking the panel before, you guys who were up here previously, Obama, I think you can assume, we don't know all the numbers yet, but I think you can assume that Obama hasn't received the same support that he received 4 years ago in 2008. What does he have to do in the next 4 years to get that support again? Not that he needs it, because he can't run again for president, but what does he do to get to that level?
I'll start.
Okay.
It's going to be more of, with the economy. Right now we're seeing the economy really coming out. The first few months of his presidency was dipping down, and over the last 2-3 years we've seen it coming back, an increase in it. Just jobs report released this past Friday was a lot of gains when it comes to jobs. Over 100,000 jobs were created. So I just think that as people start to really witness and notice that the jobs are in fact coming back, that now we're in the positives, that things are going well, that you're going to see those negative attacks against President Obama pretty much just leaving, like the ones of him not being a good leader. There's all the different things that the right tried to throw at him during his first 4 years as president. I just believe that those are going to be right down the drain.
Chris, Kevin Carr, who was just on the panel just before the commercial break, pretty much said that Barack Obama has to keep up on his promises, and he said that he was going to reduce the deficit. We're $16 trillion in debt now. What do you say about that?
Actually, I think I'm going to break up my answer in two parts.
Okay.
foreign policy-wise and economics-wise. I think economics-wise, people are actually fairly happy with him, that he has created more jobs, that he has provided the stimulus, that he has managed to just keep things from getting worse. And on the other hand, people who aren't quite so left-leaning, aren't quite so labor-oriented, are concerned about the debt. And that's something that independents, something that libertarians talked a lot about. That's why Ron Paul had so much support, even though he didn't, actually make it on the Republican ballot against Mitt Romney. And that's very much in our age group where that is a concern. I think that progressives, though, who were more disenfranchised this election time around, were, they thought that he was going to be very anti-war in 2008. Right now, they're very concerned that he has launched Predator drones attacks, that he has not fully pulled out in Afghanistan. And I think that progressives and Democrats who had supported him in larger numbers before, right now are thinking, well, they came because they really didn't want Mitt Romney to be president, but they're disappointed in him on foreign policy level.
And should they be?
Yes, they should be. I mean, as a progressive, I think they should be. I think that he needs to say what he means and mean what he says when he says that he is going to completely withdraw from these places, and he hasn't yet. So,
John, what does another 4 years of the Obama administration look like?
Well, I'm very excited. You could tell by my blue shirt here. I'm very ecstatic at the win.
No hiding it.
but I'm definitely going to say people have said that he came in inheriting debt from President Bush, and that he had an uphill battle with Republican oppression to every policy he made. Now for 4 years, he won over a lot of the states that were on the fence for a variety of reasons. Now that he's here, he really does have to start delivering on the things he said he was going to do. If he's saying, well, we're still recovering from the economy, how long are we going to consider ourselves recovering before we start seeing some progress? And I really think the next 4 years are going to determine whether or not his presidency is considered, a good presidency, or if it's considered, a lame duck president, or people consider George Bush's first half better than his second half for a variety of reasons. And I think Obama, if he keeps the drive that drove him into office the last term, and if he takes this new election, the things that people doubted him for, I think there's a good chance he can improve, but he has to just stay the course. He has to believe in what he has said he's going to do, or try his best to get it passed. He has to back Obamacare. He has to continue to fight the Republicans, because even if he won today, there's still, January 20th, when his second term officially starts, there's going to be a lot of people questioning, saying that because he shouldn't have won. And I definitely think he's going to have to stand up to those.
All right, John Mangello, thank you so much. We have some breaking news coming in. Adam Rupsick is standing by in Syracuse. Adam, what's happening over there?
Welcome back. Pass the Beans, Casa Grande. We are here as our coverage begins to wrap up. We get close to that 12 o'clock hour. The race at Damafe and Anne-Marie Burkle, still a tight one, but Damafe has taken a lead into that. Mark English, the head of Democrats, has stated it looks like Damafe will win. Nothing is official yet, but he has stated it looks good for the Democratic candidate going into these last final votes being counted. We're anticipating his arrival. Probably not going to catch it during our coverage here, but he will be here shortly, Damafe, to see all his supporters and maybe announce a victory. Again, we are unsure, but he is leading Anne-Marie Burkle right now. But throughout the whole night, we've been here at the headquarters with the Democrats. Pretty successful night for the Democrats. So I'm Adam Rupsick, and for the rest of my crew, Blaze Hill and Ryan Deffenbaugh, we thank you for tuning us in here at the Democratic headquarters at Pass the Beans Casa Grande restaurant outside of Syracuse.
All right, Adam Rupsick reporting live from Syracuse. And as you just saw, breaking news, Dan Maffei is considered the winner for that district. I want to thank you guys, the panel, John Mangello, Chris Rowley, and Chris Lewan. And I want to thank you guys for watching our coverage. I am Anthony Hill. For right now, though, I'm going to send it over to Rob because, of course, he has some good information. Rob, what's happening?
Thanks a lot, Anthony, and thanks to everyone else on the panel. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rob Camille, back here at the wall with your Electoral College update. Not really too much else to speak of. As you can see on the graphic behind me, President Obama has won a second term as President of the United States, currently by an electoral vote score of 284 to 203, after the state of Colorado was projected to go in his favor. Some other statistics that I want to discuss with you guys. As far as the popular vote goes, The Roundtable was discussing earlier that the popular vote and the Electoral College vote could go in two separate directions, and that seems to be the case of what happened here tonight. The popular vote went in favor of Governor Romney by 49.9% to 49.2%. Some other important election news that actually crossed across the wire as we were updating you on having our roundtable discussion earlier. There were two laws on the ballots in the states of Maine and Maryland, which would allow these states to legalize or allow same-sex marriage. Those measures have passed in both those states, so a very big social victory for them as well. That's going to do it for me this evening, ladies and gentlemen. From the wall with your Electoral College updates, I'm Rob Camille. Now let's send it back to the desk with Mike and Sam.
All right, thanks so much, Rob, and thank you all for joining us tonight for our 2012 live coverage. We do know that Barack Obama has been reelected for a second term as President of the United States. Continue to follow us on Twitter, #OzLive2012, and join us tomorrow night for more updates on our local elections. Also, a big thank you to our crew from the collaboration of our media orgs, WNYO 88.9 and WTOP 10, and of course the Oswegonian.
And again, we'd just like to update you really quick on the local elections. Maffei has been considered the winner, as well as the 25th district going to Schaefer in Rochester. So a really big turn of events this year for the Democratic Party overtaking the New York State House, and it's just been an overall different race than we expected.
Right, so the House went Republican and the Senate went Democrat. But I mean, I guess Romney just took North Carolina, but again, Barack Obama still has been reelected as president, and I'm sure we'll hear from that. And I think Pat was still going to try and grab an interview from Anne-Marie Burkle at some point tonight, so hopefully we'll get that for tomorrow night news.
Yeah, and just to update you guys on the popular vote, it was actually in favor of Obama now with 67% total in. He is up by a slight margin, not very much, but he is up by a slight margin right now. So it's going to be interesting to see what the turnout is with the popular vote either going to Romney or Obama. Even though Obama has secured the presidency, it's going to be interesting to see where the population goes with what they think of this election.
And I think, Florida is still neck and neck, so I'm curious to see how that'll turn out as well. That'll be updating all night. Like I said, follow us on #OzLive2012. And again, we want to thank our crew for tonight, all of their hard work. And from WNYO, WTOP, and the Oswegonian.
And yeah, just to thank a few people, our director Tim, our producer Jordan Harmon, assistant producer Christina Deem, and Joe Wilcox have been working very hard in the control room all night, as well as a slew of other people out here in the studio. Very big thanks to them. Big thanks to General Manager of WTOP, Ben Gordon, General Manager of WNYO, Andrew Nicholson, and the Editor-in-Chief of the Oswegonian, Amy Hirsch, for all of the work they have put in through the last few months for this show. A very big thanks to everybody, and especially Professor Michael Rickey and Professor Gary Ritzenthaler, who have been here all night long, helping in the social media room, as well as being panelists and being interviewed throughout the night. So just thank you to everybody for what a great show we've had tonight.
And also a big thank you to our sponsors tonight, Mark's Pizzeria, Sue's Market, The Raven, and Mom and Pop's Soda Shop.
All right, and that will do it for us here tonight for Election Night 2012, live from Oswego. I'm Mike DeWolf.
And I'm Samantha Damasio. Have a great night, and we'll see you here again tomorrow night at 10.